Today we are building a TikTok clone. Let's jump into the demo and check out what are we going to be doing. First things first, we will have a list of videos playing just like a TikTok has. It will be a scrollable list. You also have a comments section where people will be able to leave comments and read the comments. Then we'll be working on the new post screen. Of course, this is going to be a real camera. It's just a simulator because that's why it's not working here. We'll be working as well on the gallery so that you could be uploading videos from your own gallery. And here is a little upload screen. So let's say something like new video, and then we can post this new video. After it's posted, we can go back and we can see that the new video is posted with a test email here. Another thing that we'll be working on is the authentication. So you'll be able to create your own account as well as sign up to it, and only then you'll be able to create videos, comment, as well as view the videos. So that's generally what we are going to be trying to achieve. And yeah, let's get started, right? And one more thing, if you've been thinking about launching your own app, we're running the incubator here at notJustDev that is designed to take you from the idea to the market with direct coaching every step of the way. So if you're interested to learn more, I will leave the link in the description below where you'll be able to join the waitlist for our next cohort. Before jumping into the code, I really want to showcase you the guide that I'll be using throughout the whole tutorial. And I'll leave this guide in the description below so that you can download the asset bundle, which will include this guide as well as the dummy data that we'll be using for a little bit at the start, of course, later changing it to our real data. But this guide will be your rough plan of what we're trying to achieve step by step. So here you'll see like a little bit of the design that we're going for, as well as these steps that you want to go through. And of course, I'll add the source code after the video in here as well. So yeah, we'll be following it and I'll keep referencing back to it. But yeah, it's not mandatory to download. You can just pause the video and check it out for yourself. So first things first that we need to do is actually set up a new Expo project, which is exactly what we are going to do. So let's go to terminal. Let's go to a place where you actually want to create this new project. I'll be going to documents, projects, and then in here, I think I will be creating the project. So what we can do is simply copy this, go back, paste it in. Let me maybe make it a little bit bigger. And if you press enter, you'll create a new project with a blank TypeScript template. I really want to go for the blank TypeScript template in order to show you how we built everything from scratch. So basically, there will be no added code that's not strictly necessary to run the app. As we can see, it's finished building. So we can go to either our TikTok clone and open it with the command code if you actually have that command set up. If you don't have it set up, just go to your VS Code, go to File, Open Folder, and then we can go to the place where we actually created it, which is Documents, Projects, and TikTok clone for me. Then just click Open, and this is what you should see. Now we can close all of these that are not really necessary for us and continue working. So now we can go back and check, okay, we created this new project. Now let's try to add these path aliases in our TS config. Well, it's actually pretty easy to do, and it will simplify the imports quite a lot because the imports use relative path, which means that you always need to add something like this, basically to access it relatively, right? So we can prevent it and simplify it quite a bit by going to the tsconfig.json, and in here we'll be adding some extra code. So under the strict true, let's add a comma and add new key called paths, which is an object, and in here we can create these aliases. So first of all, what I will do is I will create a new alias with this star, and then we say in an array, what does it mean basically? So we say that it's in source that we will create a little bit later, and then everything after it. I really always like to add also the assets alias, which simplifies me a lot of things by going like looking for the images, for the mock data, and yeah, it makes it a lot easier to access. So what I do here is I say assets slash and then a star. And then inside here, we specify where is it. So in our case, it's in assets slash and also a star. So now we just need to save it, and just like that, we will simplify the imports a lot. And later I'll show you also the example of how much it simplifies everything for us. So now we can go back and see what's next. Well, in this case, we need to install Expo Router because that's what we are going to use for today's video and for our navigation. In my opinion, that's the best navigation library out there currently. So let's go open install Expo Router and go through the manual installation. It's actually pretty easy. What we need to do is install, first of all of these dependencies. So let's copy this, go back to our code, open the terminal. You can open it if you know the shortcut. The other way, you can go to terminal and click new terminal. Inside here, let's paste the command that we just copied, and we'll need to wait a little bit for all of the libraries to be installed. After it's done, we can continue with our guide, and let's see what we need to do next. Well, we need to change the entry value inside the package.json. So let's copy this and go to our package.json. Now we can either minimize it or close the terminal for a little bit. And inside here, scroll to the top. Where you see the main, let's replace it to what we just copied, and let's click save. Then we can go back and see what we need to do next. Well, it is to modify the project configuration and change the scheme. So let's copy this one. And for this, we'll need to go to app.json. So it is, as you can see here, we can go here. And under the, I usually like to do it under the slug, add this scheme. However, we need to give a name to our scheme. So let's call it notJustTikTok, something like this. Let's save it and let's go back to what we need to do else. So if you're building for web, you can also install this and change in the app.js bundler to Metro, but we're not really working on web for this, only the native Android and iOS. That means we can skip this part. And then for the modifying the babel.config, usually you will not even see this file in here because by default it is already changed correctly to what we need. So we can also skip this one. And lastly, what we need to do is start the bundler, basically clear the cache and start our project. So let's copy this one, go back here, and again, open the terminal the way I showed you at first, or with a shortcut. And then let's paste the command to start our project. After running the command, you will see something like this. We can simply press I if we are running it on iOS simulator, or A if you're running it on Android. So for me, I will be showcasing it how to do it on iOS simulator, but that really doesn't change anything. It's just a different OS. So let's click I in my case. And you might see this, so let's just click yes, but there is a high chance that you will also not see this. And in that case, it should start right away without any prompts. So yeah, after a little bit of time, you'll see the project running. So if we close this one, we can see that there is a prompt for us to start by creating a app directory inside our project. Because we changed to Expo Router, now it's no longer using these files. So let me close the terminal. It's no longer using these files and we really don't need them anymore. So we can even delete them completely, which will not change anything. But what we need to do is set up a little bit our project structure and also create the entry file for Expo Router. So what we will do is we'll click here to create a new folder and let's call it source. I really like to always keep all of my code that I basically create that I write in the source directory. Inside here, we'll do what this prompt is asking for us, which is to create app folder. And inside this app folder, for now, let's simply create an index.tsx. And in here, let's very quickly create a simple component to be able to see something in the screen. So what I'll do is import view and text from React Native. And then in here, we will create that function basically by saying export default function, give it a name to this function. For us, this is going to be our home screen, our entry screen, and that's why we call it home screen. Then we need to specify inside what are we returning. So in our case, we'll be returning a view, which is if you're coming from web, kind of like a div, and then we'll be returning text. And inside here, we'll say hello. Let's save it. And now if we reload it, the project by clicking R on the simulator, you'll see hello displayed in here, which is exactly what we wanted. That means the expo router is finding the entry file and we can continue developing further our application. So let's go back to our guide and see what do we need to do next. So after installing the expo router and creating all of the basically entry files and all, we need to remove the not used files, which we already did, and create the bottom tabs, because as you can see in the design, TikTok has a lot of bottom tabs. We'll be working on most of them, and you'll see how to use this tab navigation. So let's go back to our project, and in here what we usually do right away is create a tabs folder inside app. So let's create this. And in here, we'll move all of our, or create all of our screens that should be on the, like as a bottom tab. So initially it's index, which I said already is going to be home screen. So I just moved it inside here. But from design, I can see here on my other screen that we also need to create a few other screens, which is, first of all, some friends screen. Then we'll be working on inbox. Then I see there's a new post, and also profile. So now that we have all of our required screens that we'll use as a tab, we can create like a boiler template for each of them. So we can simply go to index, copy the home screen here, and go through all of them by simply renaming something like friends screen, and I'll copy this one here. Here we will, of course, we need to copy this one. Here we will say inbox screen. Let's save it. Index is already created. So now let's go to new post screen. Let's copy. That's good. And lastly, in the profile screen, let's create it also. Profile screen. You can also work on them, like create and then work a little bit. But I like usually to actually have like everything created and then work on these screens. Like I want to see those tabs on the bottom right away. Now, even if we reload it, we don't really see any other screens, any bottom tabs or anything. Well, and it is because we need to create these tabs. And to create these tabs, what we will do is we will create a thing called layout files. And a layout file is basically an entry point and a wrapper, like a candy wrapper around all of these screens. So whatever you have and keep in this in layout file will be applied to all of these screens. So for example, if we want to keep the bottom tab on here and we need to keep it through all of these screens, we need to add it inside a layout file. If we wanted to have, let's say, some other elements that kind of we need to keep it in all of these screens, we would add it as well here. It's kind of like a wrapper, which is the first screen, the first file that will be loaded when basically going in here, and only after that it's going to be indexed. So let's start working on this layout file to see better what I'm talking about. So here we will call export default function once again, but here we will call it tabs layout. And in here we can specify and return our tabs. So first of all, before doing that, let's import the necessary imports, which is for us the tabs from expo router like this. And also we'll need some icons, but let's keep it for a little bit later so we can actually start adding our screens. The first thing that we will create is this tabs, which will wrap all of our tab screens. So to create those tab screens, what we do is say tabs.screen, and then in here we do a self-closing tag because we will be listing all of the properties that we need in here. First of all, the name. Here, what it means, what it's asking for is the name of the file that we are basically saying okay, so this screen, this tab screen will be responsible for like this file. So in this case, we will say index, which means we are taking this file and whatever it will have in here. So now we can pass for this screen a lot of different properties. So first of all, we can say options, and inside these options, we can pass, well, as I said, a lot of things. But in order not to jump ahead of myself, I just saved everything. And as you can see, it kind of created these screens right away. Just by creating the layout, you can already see that all of these screens are listed inside the bottom tab. However, they have a wrong title. Basically, they're taking the title from the name of the file, and also they are, well, have no icons. Even the top header title is also incorrect. So how can we adjust all of that? Well, as I already said, let's start with passing some options. The first thing that we will do is we will simply create a title. So if I save it, you can right away see that this already says home, and it says home here. No longer it says that it's an index. Let's also pass some icons. So what we can do is we can say tab bar icon, and in here we can specify the icons. I have here prepared some of the icons, so I'll be looking a little bit more in here, and I'll show you how you can find the icons that you prefer. Actually, now let's go. It's a good thing to go to the expo vector icons. Let's go here, and here we can select from a lot of different icons, basically just by typing the name or family. So for me, I'm looking for home, and I'm looking for a more specific home that looks a bit sharper and is filled. And I see that this end typo kind of looks good for me. So what I can do is copy this, go to our project and paste it on top, then copy how to render the component, and simply paste it here. So if I do that and save, as you can see, we already have the icon that we actually wanted to have. Well, maybe it's gonna be a better example if I actually do another tab. So we can copy this, go here, and let's say, let's work on friends. So we say here, friends, and here doesn't change much, it's just the capital letter. And of course, for friends, we want to have a different icon, and we will have maybe a multiple users, and I feel that this one fits our case the best. So let's copy this, and let's copy this one. So we can change it like this. So now if we save, you see that both of them are highlighted. Basically, both of them are color black, which is not what we want, because user won't have a way of telling which is the current selected tab. Of course, you can say here from the header, or maybe from the blue text here, but the best way to approach this is to simply pass the active color. How we can do this, instead of saying just black, we can say use the color from the tab bar icons that they're giving us, which is they will either give us the active tint color or inactive. So inactive is currently gray and active is currently blue. Of course, this blue should not be the actual color, and we will change it very, very soon. So let's first of all create all of the tabs and their icons. Now, the next screen that we can work on, which should be in the middle, is the new post. So let's just copy this one and say new post. Here with the title will be new post, and the icon, already I have some of the icons prepared, so I'm gonna use from my notes, but you get the point of how can you find these icons and use them whichever you like better. So now we still need to work on the inbox, and here we'll say also inbox, and the icon will be material community icons, which means we need to import another icon library. And this can be like, if you need different families of icons, it can be a little bit repetitive always writing this. So the way we can simplify it is remove the end here and wrap this in curly braces. Now what we can do is simply remove this one and specify all of the font families that we need inside here. And it means we can say material community icons like here, and then we can use all of the icons just like that. So now let's reload our screen. And here we can see that the new icon is added. So the last tab that we need to work on is the profile one. So let's copy it again. Let's say that it's profile, and the title is profile as well. But the icon is going to be from feather font family. which I will paste here. And now we have all of the icons the way we want them to have, which is perfect. Okay, so now the next thing that we will do is we will try to fix a little bit, first of all, the theme of our app, because now it's white and these are blue, which is not the way we want. Also, we have very big header and bottom tab, which is also not the way we want. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to create another layout that wraps our whole application and that where we can set basically our theme and a few more things. So inside here in app, let's create a new file called layout.tsx. So this is going to be our main layout file, basically a root layout file. And here we will, as I said, do a little bit of more things even later. So now let's start with, first of all, saying export default function, and we call it root layout like this. Now let's start working on our layout and the themes of the layout. So the thing that we want to do is change the theme to be black with white primary color, let's say. So what we will do is we will create a const called my theme, and in here we can specify our theme. But for that, we need to include our current themes, or let's say we need to spread them to keep the current values, but change only some of the values. So what we will do is we will import, because we're working on a dark theme, we will say import a dark theme and theme provider, and we will be importing it from React Navigation /native. So in here, what we do is, first of all, we spread the dark theme, basically taking all of the values from the dark theme. And if you want to see what are they, you can click command and on the dark theme, and here are they. But we will be changing a few things. Well, mostly the colors. And the colors that we want to change is the primary. But again, we need to spread all of the current dark theme colors and change only the primary color, which we want to be white. So after creating this little object, we can save it and return something here. What we will be returning is the stack. So now I will just create the stack and save it so that you can see a little bit of what's happening. As you can see, this stack is wrapping our whole application. That's why we have these tabs here on the top. However, we have another layout inside tabs, which is under this root layout. But that's why we see this home header, because of this layout. So one thing is that we don't really want to see the header from the root layout. We don't really care about that. So what we can do is pass some screen options. And those options are header shown, and we will say false, not to show the root layout headers. That's how we can hide it like that. And now that we have this stack, we can actually create a theme also in this root layout. So to do that, what we will say is we will wrap our stack, and basically in meaning that we're wrapping the whole application with a theme provider. But as you can see, it's asking for a property called value. So what we say is value is my theme. So we're passing our new theme and saving it. Now everything changed to dark theme with white accents, as you can see here, which is exactly what we were trying to achieve, and well, achieved quite easily. You can change the primary color as well, or you can change, if you go, as I said here, to dark theme, you can change the background color, you can change a lot of different things the way you want. But for us, we only needed to change the primary color to have these icons here white, and that's how we achieve it. So now that we have this, let's check out what else do we need to do, because we created the layouts, we created the app theme, and the next thing is to start working with some data right away. So first of all, let's create some mock data that we can start using before implementing the actual data. So what you can do is either generate some dummy data with the types that I provided above, or you can simply copy the one that I generated, go to your application and create a new folder called data inside the assets. Inside this data folder, let's create a new file called posts.json, and you can simply paste all of these posts. Now, another thing that we need to do is actually define the types for most important models in here. As you can see here, there are more models right away because we'll be needing them later. So you can either copy everything and paste or do it as we go. For the simplicity's sake, I will copy them and explain when we actually get to them. I will copy everything, go back to our project. Inside source, I will create a new folder called types. And inside here, you could either have different files for each, let's say, type, which would be in our case comments, likes, users, or you can, if it's not too big, you can have types.ts and paste everything in here because we don't have many of the types. This is a better approach for us. So now, how these types are being created? Well, if you go to posts, you can see that the user must have an ID, username, and an email. So if we go back to our types, we see that this is exactly what user has, and all of them should be a string. So it's a must for every user to have ID, username, and email as a string. Okay, perfect. So now what about the post itself? Well, the posts should have an ID, video URL, and description as a string. So let's go back and check. There's ID, video URL, and description, and they're all a string, which is good so far. Now, the post should also have a user, but the user is not a string, it's not a number, but it's an object that we already specified. So we can say that this user should be as defined in here. Perfect. And then we have two more arrays of number of likes and number of comments. We have it in a bit of a weird way here. And we did it because that's how later our backend will return us the number of likes and comments. So this is an easier way to basically specify the number of likes and number of comments for each post. So if you go here, this is exactly what we have. We have an array with objects that contain count and a number. Perfect. So we see that our types really match the data that we are using. So we are good to go and continue further, which is the first thing that we will do is we will build the UI of our application. Well, it's gonna be a longer chapter with small chapters inside. The first thing is home screen feed. And for this home screen feed, what we will need is we will need Expo video because our feed is simply, well, displaying the videos. And to do that, we'll need to install Expo video. So let's click on this and follow the installation guide. Well, what we need to do is first of all, install it. So let's copy that. And actually now we can close these from here top to clean it up a little bit because we have a lot of things open. And yeah, now let's open the terminal once again, and we can stop the server by clicking Ctrl+C and of course pasting the command that we just copied to install the Expo video. It will take a little bit of time, but once it's done, we can start working with it. So let's go back and see how to use it and whether we need to do any extra configuration. So here we can actually configure it with different plugins to support, let's say, background playback or support picture-in-picture. We will not need any of these, so we can skip this and go straight away to the usage. So here you can see, actually, you can just copy and paste in your code to test out how it works. It even has here like a video as an example for you, but we can actually start using and building our screen right away. So after everything is installed, let's run the command npx expo start to once again start our server and click either Y or A to start it on your simulator. So now we can close the terminal and continue working. Let's go to our home screen, which is inherently be our basically main feed of videos. And we can actually go to our guide to see what do we need here. Well, we can see that we have some on top header, some icons on the right side, and description with the person who posted it. Okay, that's what we're gonna work towards. But first things first, we can either follow this guide and create it this way, or if you feel that you like to have all the other components before, you can do that. Well, for me, I will probably just follow the guide. So the first thing we need to do is create a post list item component, which is going to be this video component. So let's go to our code and inside source, let's create another folder called components, where we are going to keep all of our basically generic components that we can reuse, basically not to copy our code and repeat a lot. In here, let's create a new file called post list item.tsx. And here we can start building this component. So let's do export default function, and we will call it post list item. And in here, we can return some code. So at first, just to check it out that it's actually working, let's return maybe actually a view and also some sort of text inside here saying hello. As you can see, it's already complaining for us. And well, that means, as we already learned, that we need to import it, and we need to import view and as well text from React Native. Now everything is good, so we can save it and we can go back to our index to display this post list item component. In here, what we need to do is first of all import it, just like we did with importing view, text, and other components. We can import our custom components like that, post list item. And here how it simplifies our aliases that we set up before the imports. Otherwise, we would have to do something like, as I said, relative paths, which is already like annoying. And imagine if it's even deeper, then you need to have a lot of dirty, let's say, code. So this simplifies everything a lot for us. Okay, now that we imported this, we need to actually basically say where are we going to use it. And in our case, let's have it here. So let's save it. And here right now, we don't see anything. And that's because actually our color of the text is black by default. So we can pass some styles like color, and we can say that it should be white. And now it appeared. Maybe we can even make it a little bit bigger by increasing the font size to something like 17. And here we can see the hello text. Well, that's good, but hello text is not what we're actually trying to display here. We are rather trying to display videos. And to do that, we can start working a little bit by looking also at the example from the Expo video documentation. Well, for this example, we will use actually the video example that they provide as a dummy data. So let's paste it somewhere here and go back to follow the documentation and slowly implement everything. First of all, what we see is that they're creating this video player here. And what they're passing is the video source, that basically the video URL that you are planning to play, which you can see here. And then you can pass some options. Basically, in here, they are only showcasing two. So basically, they're saying that the video will play on a loop whenever it ends, and also that you should start playing the video right away. You have way more of these properties and parameters that you can read here, but we'll touch a few of them while developing this application. So let's copy this player and paste it on top of our post list item component. And of course, we need to import everything that they import as well. So let's copy and paste it here. Okay, now we have created our video player, but nothing is yet displayed. Well, that makes sense because we need to follow and implement more. So we're not going to use this use event, but basically it's kind of a hook that lets you follow whether the player changes its state. For example, like here we're following whether it's playing or not playing, but yeah, for now we don't need that. What we need to do is copy this video view, go back to our code, and actually we can remove this hello because it was just an example, and we can paste it in. Of course, here we see that we are lacking some styles. So let's for now copy also the styles and paste them here on the bottom. And we need to import from React Native the style sheet in order to get rid of this error. And now if we save, you can right away see a little video playing in our screen, which is good because that means something is working. We're going towards the right direction. So what we're passing here is the video styles, which we will adjust very shortly. And we're passing the player to video view that we initialized a little bit earlier. So basically it's playing this video and taking in these options. So we don't need to allow full screen or allow picture in picture. Therefore, we can remove these and yeah, save to continue. So now let's maybe adjust some styles to the video. What we will do is set the styles to the whole basically component, the wrapper. And what we need to do is set the height of the full screen here. So how can we take the height of the full screen? Well, it's actually pretty simple. We can use the dimensions. So what we will do is first of all import dimensions from React Native, and here at the top we can take the height of our screen. So it will return us the height of your current device. So if it's different for different devices, well, as you can guess, it will return a different size. So we say we need height from dimensions, and we need to get dimensions of what? Of the window. Perfect, we can save that, and we can actually pass here the height as the height. And then what we need to do here for the video view is actually we need to say that take up all of the space that you are given. So we will say flex 1. And now it kind of works, but not exactly, because it's trying to fit this video, because this video is 16 bytes something, but we need to actually fill the full screen. So if the video actually is, well, it actually depends on your use case, but what we're trying to do is we are trying to fill always the full screen and basically making it like a TikTok. So what we will do is we will say content fit, and it will be cover. So that means it stretches it out. Not sure if that's the best approach here, like to stretch it out. It, as I said, it really depends on your use case, and if you are going for like different approach, you can also control the way people upload their videos to your application. But here, because we're using a dummy video source mocked, so that's why we need this content fit cover to always fill the full screen. So that's that. And also, as you can see here, by default, it will always have this content controls. Of course, like TikTok does not have that. They implement their own. So if you want to hide them, what we can do is say native controls, and we can say false. So now if you save, you will no longer be able to see those native controls, which is what we are actually trying to achieve. Let's clean this up a little bit and save it. So now right away, one thing that's annoying me, and it's not how it's supposed to be, is this header. In the feed, we do not display any header at the top in TikTok. So we're actually going to hide it by going to the layout of the tabs. And I'm not sure now, will I need the header in other screens? So actually, let's go back and double check, will we need the header in the rest of the screen? So here we don't. Okay, so we will keep the header in one screen. Let's then hide it only for the home screen right now. So how can we do that is, well, maybe let's do it here. We can pass a header shown prop, and we can say false, basically to hide the header and make this video full screen. So currently it's closer to how the TikTok has, and now we can close this and continue working on our post list item. So now we actually have quite a good starting point of the video component, and we can actually start building other things that you've seen on the screen, like interactions bar here on the side, and also displaying the name and the description. So let's start here. Later, we will come back a little bit to make some more changes, and I will show you why we need them. But for now, let's just continue. So now let's create a new view that we will have for the interaction. So now we can actually start implementing. Well, first of all, what we will do here is we will add everything from top to bottom. So we will use touchable opacity as our touchable interaction. There's different ways how you can do it. There's touchable highlight, touchable opacity, there's only pressable. So it depends whichever you use. Touchable opacity already will have some like slight animation on press. So that's why we're gonna choose it. And of course it will need some styles. So for now we will simply pass empty style, but later we will add. And then on press, we will have only console logging now. So console log, and the first button as I see is like So this is what we will have for now. And let's add all of the buttons because of course, like if I save right now, you will not see anything because we are only adding the touchable opacity. But if we want to display something like that needs to be touched, we need to actually have it with a closing tag like this. And in here inside it, specify basically the children or that will be pressable. So in our case, it's going to be an icon. And here I have already prepared the icon and also some text. So the text will be the number of likes. So we can say for now it's 0. And of course we need to import the icons here at the top. So let's do import ion. Let me just copy, it's gonna be easier. And we need to import it from, and it's from expo/vector icons. So now we've saved it, but we still do not see it yet. And we will see very soon why it's not visible for now. But yeah, we can continue to add all of them and then we can display them. So the second one that we will display is, it's the comments. So here we can say for now, post or maybe even comment pressed. So the icon will of course be different one, but I still found it from Ionicons. So I can simply paste it. And in here, what we will have for the comments, it's also how many comments there are. So for now, we will keep it as 0. And then we will do it one more time for the sharing icon. So we again can say share pressed, and it's going to be what icon? Arrow redo. So again, Ionicons. And yeah, also the number of shares. Maybe let's add something like 20 to have nicer data. And lastly, it's the profile, right? Profile, it's going to be a little bit different, but we can start it like this. Because for the profile, we will not display any icon. If you had an image of the user, you could display here an image of the user. But what we're trying to achieve is we want to display the first letter of a username in a white background. So for that, what we will do is we will also remove this one and create a view. Inside this view, we will have a text that will take the username of the user. Currently, again, we don't have any user that's logged in, or here we don't even have the data that's passed in. So we can make it a dummy, let's say L. And of course, we will need to pass a lot more styles here, but for now we can save it. So in here, actually, we're not using any of these styles, so we can remove them and we can start by working on our own styles, because as you can see here, they're being displayed, first of all, on the left side and below the video, which is not what we are trying to achieve at all. What we're gonna do is we will position them. So actually, let's create a style for them. We will call it interaction bar. And in here, we can specify the styles of this interactions bar. So first of all, we will display everything absolute. And what position absolute means is that it's going to be displayed on top of everything, and you can specify where it needs to stay, and it will always stay there. Like no matter what, it's gonna stay in that position. So our position is actually, and maybe I will apply the styles right away to the whole view, because that's where we will need to have them. Basically, the whole view, we need to position it here. So I will pass it for you to see better where are we displaying now. So for now, they're completely hidden. And we need to pass some styles to actually say where they should be. So it should be on the right 20. So as you can see, they moved to the right side from the left. So, and they have 20 points of space from the side. Well, we need to keep them on the bottom. So what we will say is also bottom. And also 20, so now they moved to the bottom. What we need to do is, as you can see, these zeros are not displayed in the center. So what we will do is we'll say align items, center. Actually, we're styling the whole view, so it's not the text here, but the actual icons inside the container. So if I remove this, you can see that it's shifted a little bit to the left, the comments icon. So we need to have them all straight in one line. And then we will have, because now they're very close to each other, we will have some gap between all of them, and the gap can be something like 25, make them a lot bigger. But now we can see that a lot of the things that we're here defining are hidden behind this tab bar. And actually, even later when we will be scrolling, a lot of the video will be cut off because we have this tab bar here. And what we need to do is we need to set a little bit, adjust the height of our video. And to do that, we will say the height should be the height of the screen minus 80. You could even get the height of the tab bar with the hook and then pass the insets. But for us, we can see that, yeah, the 80, and we know that the 80 points is the size of this header. So now we can see that all of these icons are displayed properly, and even the video is shown a lot better. So later when you will be scrolling, you'll see that it's not hidden behind this tab bar. Okay, so now that we have this interactions bar styles, we need to add some more styles for the buttons and the text itself. So what we will do is we will create another style called interaction button. And here we will pass it to these styles. So for each of the buttons, so styles.interaction button. So we can copy this and actually paste to all of these. So now that we save them, actually the last one, let me think, I don't think we need any styles here on the last one. So let me remove it. And now for these interaction buttons, we will pass, first of all, align items center. That's what I talked. Basically, now we're aligning the items inside this, well, you can say view, div, or container, no longer for all of these. So inside here, we're saying everything that's inside this touchable opacity, align them in the center. So we aligned the text. And of course, we need a little bit of space between the text and the icon. So between all of the components inside, which we only have 2. And the space, well, something like 5 will be more than enough for us. And lastly, what we need to add is, I want to change the text of the interaction here quite a bit. So what we will say is we will add interaction text and we will pass some styles. Of course, maybe we can, again, pass everything so that you could see the changes as we are adding them. And let's copy to make it easier for us. Paste it here. And now for the interaction text, what we want to do is, first of all, of course, change the color to white. So now it's a lot better. But in my opinion, we can also make the font size a little bit smaller. And here you might think, oh, but they are already small. But I had to minimize the simulator, and now that's why it looks very small. But on the real phone, like the default of font size 14 is a little bit too big. But what we will do is we will change the font weight to a little bit thicker font of 600. So it increased that a little bit. For the view, what we will do is we will add some styles. Now I'm thinking like maybe we can even remove this view and actually add the styles to touchable opacity. So like this. And then we can actually do this and apply styles here. And we will apply the styles to the container. So now we can call it styles.avatar. Of course, we see red because we don't have the styles yet called avatar. So we will create it. And now we don't see the red anymore. Well, now let's give a few styles. First of all, we need to specify the width, which is going to be 35, and also the height of the container, which is also going to be 35. So you can see it increased a little bit here, but we don't see anything yet because there's no background color. So let's add background color of white. So now we see a little bit better, but it's rectangular. So we want to add some border radius, and the border radius is going to be 20. Perfect. We have 20 here. Then what we want to do next is, of course, justify content, which is making all the items basically adjust the alignment. So we will add justify content center and also align items center. So now you can see that it's aligned here. Actually, I'm thinking like I didn't show you correctly what changes were made after like adding justify content, but it basically aligns it vertically in the center, and align items will align it horizontally in the center. So as you can see, it's now aligned well here. But of course, we want to add some more styles to the text itself because the L is very small, and it's not good. So what we will do is we'll pass a few more styles, and let's call it something like avatar text. Here, let's say avatar text, and now let's pass. First of all, I really want to increase the font size to something really big. Yeah, something like this is good. I want to take up a lot of space in there. I also want to make it a lot thicker, so we will simply pass font weight of bold. That's all the styles I want to add. So now we have these interaction bars, and as you can see, if we press, there's already some animation here, and of course it's console logging because that's what we said to do after being pressed. So now what we will work next on is the description and the name of the user in here. So let's start by adding another view after this one that we will have as the name and description. So right away you can understand that we will need two text inputs. First of all, the first being the name, so let me add mine. And then the second one will be a description. So let's have something like hello. Yeah, maybe even not just developer, something longer. Okay, so now let's save it. And as you can see, it shrinked a little bit, which means it's displayed under the video. Well, probably you might already guess, but we will add another style, and we will call this maybe something like video info. Let's scroll down and let's add video info. And here, right away, again, we need to do change the position from relative, which is the default, to absolute. After we save it, it moves here to the top, and now we can specify where we actually want it to be displayed. Well, we will of course display it on the bottom, the same as the interaction bar, bottom 20. So let's save it. It moved to the bottom. That's very good. And I will have a little bit of spacing from the left edge, and maybe let's make it something like, 20. You might be wondering why I'm looking here on this other screen that often, because here I have my final design displayed, and that's how I'm trying to work a bit easier without like messing for you a lot by going here, checking it out, then going back. So yeah, I have everything on the other screen. So, okay, we have left 20, and I want to show you one little problem that can arise. If this text is very long, something like this, you can see that it's getting on top of this. So there are a few ways how we can actually solve this, but what we will do is simply, we will also set the right of something like 100. So now it fixes this long text issue. And as I said, there's a few more ways of solving it. This is just a little bit maybe easier. So now that we have video info, of course, we need to change a lot the text. So the name and the description will have different text. So what we can do is create right away two style objects. So one will be the username and the other will be the description. So now let's actually add them right away here so that you could see how they are being applied. So this will be styles.username and this one will be styles.description. Perfect. Let's save it, scroll down, and then start applying these styles. The first one will be the username, which I see is right away. The color should be white. Perfect, that's a lot better. Of course, I want to also increase the size of the font a little bit. Then, yeah, let's improve the font weight a little bit to, well, not too much. It shouldn't be bold, maybe something like 600. And lastly, I want to keep a little bit of spacing between these two maybe. So actually what we could do is in the video info, we can add a gap of 5. Yeah, something like this, that will work. And then we can add some more styles for the description. So now description again, also the color should be white. So let's set it white. Now the font size, I think we can leave it at default. I think that could be good. Later, of course, we can always come back and add some more changes if we think that we need it. So for now, I think it's we have a lot of it done here. So the next thing that we want to do is I think we can already start displaying a list here with data that we actually pass. We will still use the mock data, but we will use our mock data, not only the video URL. So you'll see a bit more information. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. And even in the guide that we have, we see that the next step is to render a flat list of dummy posts on the feed. So yeah, let's just do that. What we need to do is, first of all, import the flat list. After importing the flat list, we can here add it. For now, we will remove the post list item from here because we will be displaying it a little bit differently. So the flat list has a few parameters that are required. And if you go here, you can already see what you are missing. So first of all, the data, and it says here, missing the following properties from type, which is data, and render item. So let's pass the data. The data, as I said, we will for now use the posts data, the mock data that we have. So let's call it posts and import it from assets, data, and posts. Perfect. So here we can pass these posts. Still complaining because we don't have this render item property yet passed. So we need to specify, basically tell this flat list how to display this data. So here you can pass basically the styling in a way. But what we are trying to get, of course, is the item that the flat list is currently trying to display. So it will go through this array, take the first one, take the second one, and so on and so forth. And here it returns us the one that it is currently trying to render. So here we will say how to do that. And well, for us, we have created a full custom component for that to basically specify how it should be created. And we can actually pass some parameters to this component. So we will pass the whole item there. For now, it's going to keep complaining because the types are not set yet correctly. So the post list item is not expecting to get anything yet, but we will fix it very soon. So now after adding these two, actually, we can go and start displaying these videos. You can right away a little bit see those videos being displayed. But it's not the actual data because we're only always displaying this video source. We do not use any dynamic data. So what we need to do is actually receive this data and use it. So what we'll do here is, for now, we will say post item, and we will need to display or set the types that this component should expect. So we'll define these types by saying video item props, and then in here we will open up and say what we are expecting. And we are expecting a post item, the name. But now we need to say what is his type, what this post item should have. And if we go to our types, we have already created the post type. And this is exactly what it should expect. This post, if it gets something different with different type, like if it has extra field or extra anything, it's already bad and it will see the error and we can catch it a lot earlier. So we can say post and import it from types. We have created this, but we also need to apply it here. So how we do it is we'll simply do it like this and say video item props. Now, if we go here, we can see that the error disappeared because this item does completely match our type that we have defined. Perfect. So now we can actually remove this video source and start using the video source from the post item. So if you go here to post, we can see that the video source, we called it simply video URL. So what we could do, because we will use a lot of data here, the description, the user, the number of likes, number of comments. So one way of doing it would be saying like post item, and you can see another big advantage of using TypeScript is that we see all of the fields, all of the values that we can use. So you could do it like this and saying video URL, but you would always need to repeat this post item part. So what we will do is we will, well, how we call it, destructure it. So we will say const, and we will take some data from the post item. And actually, I forgot to add an equal, and here it should be this. So now in here, you need to define what data do you need. Well, it kind of already also suggests us. So we will need number of comments, we will need number of likes, we will need description, we'll need definitely a user, and we will need a video URL as well. So first of all, let's pass here the video URL. That's very easy. And now we can go further and adjust where we already created some styles. So for example, for the likes, now we use a default 0, but what we could do is we could say instead use number of comments. But now it's complaining because number of comments can be also empty. So if it's empty, what it should do. And also another problem is that this is simply an array, right? And we're trying to display here a number. So what we need to do is we need to say, take in this array here, take the first item, which is like this array will always have only one item. Take the first item and use like count, right? This count could be empty. So if it is empty, let's simply fall back to 0 and display. So yeah, this is simply what, and actually this shouldn't be the comments, this should be the likes, but basically the logic is the same. So if we save it, here we can see that it changed to 912 likes. And we need to do the same thing for the comments here, but instead of using the likes, we will use the comments. So we'll say number of comments at position 1, well 0, we'll take the count and we'll take it, access it safely. So if the count does not exist, do not crash, but simply basically we will fall back to 0. And then we also have the number of shares. Do we have it actually? Or don't I have it in my types? Oh, I don't have it in my types. So again, we can copy this one and adjust it, saying number of shares. So if we save it, we can go here and we will see this new value appear. So let's do the same thing in here. Number of shares at position 1, count or 0. And here, let's add to access it safely. Perfect, we have all of these. And now what we need to display is instead of hard coding the letter L, we need to actually take the first letter of the user that we created. So we can do this simply by accessing the user. And user, if we go and see, has a username. And how can we take the first letter is with char at and specify which character to take. So we'll take 0. And I'm wondering, like, do we want to keep it always capital letter? Because if we want to keep it always capital letter, we can say to uppercase and yeah, save it. So this changed to F because I think we'll see what is the actual name. And we can also access these safely by like adding this. So if there's no user, it will not crash for us. If there's no username on user, basically. So now that we have this figured out, we need to actually display the user name in here in the video info and the description. So let's add it like this and say user.username. And what is the actual fun seeker? Okay, so that's why it's F. And yeah, it would have been the lowercase, so I think it's good that we always keep it the uppercase. I think I like it more. And lastly, we will add the description of the text, which is fun moments, yeah, captured perfectly, or whatever. Now, actually, the data is a little bit more dynamic. We're using it from our mock data. So let's try to reload it and see, okay, we see one video. If we scroll further, we see another, but we see some problems. Like one of them is that all of the videos is running simultaneously. So another is that scroll is not like TikTok. It's not snapping, and that's not good. So let's first of all fix the issues with the snapping and all of that. And then later we'll come back to pausing the videos, basically the ones that active and so on and so forth. So the first thing that we will need to do is we need to, well, actually display, hide this vertical indicator. So that's an easy one to do. Shows vertical scroll indicator, and we will hide it to false. Now, as you can see, it's no longer being displayed. Very good. So now another thing that we will do is we'll make it so that the videos are snapping to some interval. So let's do snap to interval. We have this. And as we remember, our video is basically height minus 80. So actually we need to do the same thing here. So we already learned how to import the dimensions. In here, we can simply say we need to take the height from dimensions.get window. So now we can say the snap to interval is height minus 80. So now if we reload, we can see that it kind of works. If you scroll, it does snap to those intervals, but it does it very slowly. And also another problem is that if I scroll faster, it skips basically everything and does not snap to each of them. So we need to add two more parameters. One of them is the acceleration rate, which is going to be fast. So what this changes is that now if I keep on scrolling, it snaps to these intervals a lot faster. It's no longer slow. But if I scroll a lot faster like this, it skips quite a few videos in between, which is something we want to prevent. And to do that, we can simply say disable interval momentum. If I save this now, if I try to make it fast, it still scrolls only one video at a time, which is perfect. Now, the other issue that we are currently seeing is that all of the videos are playing at the same time. And this is not something that we want to have. We want them to be playing only the active one, and all of the rest ones should be paused, basically not played. For that, we need to determine which video is currently in the active screen. And how we are going to do this, we will create a function called onViewableItemsChanged, and we will have this function as useRef from React, because flatlist requires a stable function reference across different re-renders whenever something changes. And useRef guarantees that stability to prevent its viewability tracking basically from resetting. So what we can do now is keep on implementing this function. Another thing that we need to do is actually pass this function to the flat list, and we will say onViewableItemsChanged is basically this dot current. Because we're using useRef, we need to add this dot current to access basically the current value of the reference. So now what we can do here is we can pass to this function the viewable items from this onViewableItemsChanged. So currently viewable items. And how can we do this is viewable items. I hope I've written it correctly. So yeah, we have this viewable items. If you hover, it has two problems. One is that the value is declared, but it's never used. This is not a problem. We'll fix it very soon. And maybe actually let's do it one by one. So first of all, we will check if the viewable items dot length. So if the array is bigger than 0, basically if it's not empty, only then do something. Okay, so now we're kind of using this value, but another issue is that this viewable items has a type of any, which is not good with TypeScript. And we need to set the actual type of this viewable items. So what we will do is we will say viewable items should be of view token from React Native. But it shouldn't be just one view token, because you can see right away we have other issues. It's an array of view tokens. So now we no longer have these issues, and we can start working on setting the currently active item to active. But how do we do that? How do we keep track of this like index or the whole item? Well, for that, we will need to use the state. So let's add here const. Let's call it current index, and then set current index. And it's going to be use state from React as well. So what is the difference between, let's say, state and useRef is that state will, whenever we set the current index to a something different, whenever this current index changes, it will re-render the whole component basically from top to bottom and apply all of the changes that we want. So we can also pass the default value of the current index, and the default value for us is going to be 0. You can also leave it empty, but for us it's going to be 0. And now we can actually use this. Well, I'll show you later how to see which is the active index, but we can also, inside this viewable items change function, we can set the current index to the basically currently active post. But now, how do we know which post is currently active? Well, for that, we will say viewable items at position 0, because well, we have only one item at a viewable item at a time, so it's always gonna be this one. And we will take the index of that item. However, we still have an issue because it can be null. So, and here we basically have the default as a number. So we need to say like else fallback to 0 if this is basically empty. We can also access this safely. So after saving, this will start already setting these index, and we can actually console log the current index to see basically how it works. At first it's 0. If I scroll to another one, you can see that it changed to 1. If I scroll again, it will change to 2, and so on and so forth. So it means we're have it already kind of working, but now we only know the index that's playing. We didn't solve really anything because here all of the videos are still working and playing simultaneously. So what we need to do is to our render item component, we need to pass another parameter, which we will call isActive. And how can we determine which item is active? Well, we can also take the index of an item that is currently being rendered, or basically that we are currently seeing. So we will say if this index of the item from our data is equal to the current index that we set here, then that means this is the active post and this is the one that should be playing. However, we see that we have some TypeScript issues once again, because if we go to our post list item, we see that we're not really expecting to get anything else except the post item in here. So we will need to again adjust it a little bit, and we will need to have it say add another property called isActive, and this is going to be a simple boolean. So it's either a true or a false, nothing else. And then in here we will take it here as an isActive, and now we can continue a little bit more and start playing or pausing based on the isActive flag. Okay, so now what we will need to implement is a new hook that you haven't seen yet called useFocusEffect from Expo Router. And I'll show you why we use useFocusEffect instead of useEffect very, very shortly. But here also, when you're using useFocusEffect, it's even in Expo documentation, always suggested to use it with useCallback in order not to recreate these functions too often. So we will pass it like this. And in here, we also need to, after the useCallback, say when this function should actually be recreated. So for us, it should be recreated whenever the active item changes. So is active, or whenever the player changes. Now in here, we can start defining our logic for what happens. So first of all, we will say if there's no player active or created, just simply return and don't do anything. However, if we have a player, we will try to add in try catch, because yeah, you might have some issues. So we will add in try catch just to be safe. And we will say, if this video is the active video, we will start playing it. So player.play, just like we had here. But if we're starting to play items in here, that means we kind of don't need it to have started them automatically here. We will start them below. So we can remove it for now. And you can see for now it's not being played. And now we can see a little bit of type issues, but we will resolve them a bit later. So now we say, okay, if it's active, play. However, if something like if there's any kind of problem, just for now, let's console log the error so that we could see it. Perfect. So we have this kind of done. But one thing that we also need to do is we need to clean up this function. So what happens when, let's say, I scroll down? It needs to clean, like have some sort of a cleaning implementation there. And our cleaning way would be to simply pause this video, the currently active video. So we will again add try catch just to be safe. And in here we will say if we do have a player, and also if this is the active video, basically when we're cleaning, when we scrolled from the active video, we will pause this video. So we will say pause. And otherwise we will simply, again, if something does not work, we will console log the error. So that's that. So basically right now, just to quickly recap what's happening here, whenever we change the screen or whenever we change the video from active, because here we are recreating this on isActive, we go inside this callback and we first of all check if this is the active video, let's start playing it. However, if this is not the active video, we will not do anything with it. And when you scroll out from it, because when you release kind of that video at the top, this cleanup function will start running and it will check, okay, so if we have a player and this is the currently active video, whenever we're losing the focus, we will pause that video and it will go to a new video, is active will change, and then we will start this new video. That's pretty much the gist of it, of how it's gonna work. But now we still have this issue with player.player and player.pause, and it's because here I actually meant to say if player does not exist, then return and don't do anything. Otherwise, we can start it or pause it. So if I save it now, you can see that it will start working here right away. And now if I start scrolling, while I still keep the focus on the top video, it still keeps playing. However, if I move to another video, the new video will start playing, and that will happen to the next one. If you see the next one is not playing, if this is getting the focus, now this one will start playing. And this is exactly what we've wanted to achieve. So now this is shaping up more like we actually wanted to have. So we can go to our code base. And actually we can close this Expo video now and see what should we do next. So the next thing is to create feed tabs, the ones here at the top. We will not really add functionality for them for now and in this tutorial, but yeah, you will be able to have it as your homework a little bit and also to have different feeds and stuff. So let's do that by going back here, going to our feed, and in here, implementing the design. So let me open the design and see what we need to adjust here. So first of all, what I will do is I will create another view, which is going to be our top bar, the whole top bar view. And here I will need quite a few icons. So one of them is going to be material icons. So we can actually also import it. Import, let me copy material icons, and then from, and we will say expo/vector icons. Okay, we can save it for now and we can kind of see it here at the top. And another one that we will need is from Ionicons. So yeah, we have this one and both of them appeared here. That's good. So we also have a few different tabs and they would have quite a similar design, all of them. So that's why, if you remember at the start, I talked why we need these like components folder. And in here, I will even create another one, generic components. And inside it, let's create a feed tab.tsx. So basically, this text will be our feed tabs. And because I don't want to repeat a lot of code in them, that's why I've decided to separate them into a different component, and also in a way to show you how can we reuse them a little bit to better for you. So, okay, let's start with export default function, and let's call it simply feed tab. Okay, and here we will return, and what we'll return is, of course, a touchable opacity, because we need it to be, well, touchable, right? And what will this touchable opacity hold? Well, it will hold view from React Native, and inside this view we will have a text, and we also need to import the text. Okay, perfect. So now we will also need to pass some styles. So let's right away import style sheet and create our const styles equals stylesheet.create. And in here, we will start defining our styles. So first of all, let's create tab container. So tab container will be this view. And I'm wondering, like, actually, I think we will only have a text inside. So if it's that way, we don't need this view. We can apply styles to the touchable opacity right away. So yeah, let's see. Styles dot tab container, and let's right away start defining them. Actually, maybe let's import these, and for now I will simply keep the text as, let's say, hello, because I want you to see them here before we actually start implementing something. So, okay, here we can remove this console log. So what we need to do is import the feed tab first of all. So import feed tab from components, generic components, and feed tab. And in here, we will add 3 of them. So feed tab, and let's add 2 more. Okay, so now that we have this feed tab, we need to somehow start showing them again here. So probably you might guess that we will need to pass some styles to our view components, and to both, to the feed one, and the top bar. So here, let's call it style. And let's say styles.navi, not style sheet, styles.navigation bar. In here, not to have the styles in line, it's better to create this to have everything a little bit cleaner. So we will say style sheet dot create, and I did not import the style sheet yet. So let's scroll to the top from React Native and import the style sheet. Perfect. And here we can start defining our styles. So the first one is actually navigation bar that we already defined. And navigation bar also, actually, let's right away define here at the top the simply style for styles.top bar for the whole component, everything that you have here inside. So because I want to display them here. Okay, so let's go here and say top bar, and we can start defining the styles. Let's start with the top bar. First of all, I want them to be displayed in a row because now they're in one column, but I want them to be in a row. And to even better see it, let's actually add here the color of white. So here you can see these hellos. So if I do them in a row, you can see that it aligned this, and this in a row. It did not align the feed tabs in a row because we have this wrapper around. And this is actually what we want for now to have. So now that we have this flex direction in a row, we need to pass the position as absolute. So now we don't no longer see them moving this whole video down. And now we need to say where they need to be. So top, I would say something like 70. And also another thing why you don't see them is because they are behind this video component. So how can we move them to the top? Well, we can pass a style called z-index and we can say 1. And you can see they appeared here right away at the top. And what I want to do with them also, I will add some padding horizontal, and I will add 15. So basically not to have them right by the sides. And now we can start adding the styles to these navigation tabs. The first thing that we want to do is, again, we need to list them in a row. So because they will be one by one. And let me think. So they need to take the full space, as I see. So we will say flex 1. So now it moves this basically to the size. If I want to showcase it better, I can change the background color to red. And if I remove this flex, they're not taking up the full space. So if we add the flex 1, they will take up the full remaining space. Okay, so that's that. What I also want, I want them to be aligned in the middle. So I will say justify content center. Right now you don't see them because it's white. So let's wait a second. Yeah, now you see them here. And what I will do again, I will add some gap between all of them. And I'm thinking like it should be quite a big gap of, for now, 30, because we'll make them bigger. It will look a lot bigger as well. So we're kind of getting there slowly. So now we can go back to our screen and start working. This might be distracting for you. So what I will do for now, if I go to post list item, and in here in video view, I enable native controls, I will be able to pause the video so that it does not distract you guys that much. If it does, I'm not sure. But later on, we will remove this comment and then it's gonna get back to what we need. Okay, so now that we have this, we can start applying the styles in here. The first style we'll add is tab container. What we'll need to add as well is a few things. One is going to be the tab text for the default tab text. And then because the active tab text will have a different font and different style, we will have active tab text, something like this. Yeah, and if you see under the active tab, we have a dot. So we can add active dot as well. So now we can actually apply these and start styling. Of course, it's gonna be hard to style because we need a way to know which is the active. So for now, let's just add the styles and tab text like this. So now the tab text, of course, the first thing we'll do is add a color, and the color will be gray because if it's not active, it's not actually white. The font size is definitely gonna be bigger. So font size should be, yeah, a little bit like 17. And I think I'm gonna make it fully bold. Yeah, I like that. And that's actually as much as we could do without knowing which is the active tab currently selected. So to handle this, we will need a way to basically have a state and keep a state of the currently active tab. And the way to do it is actually, once again, to use the state. So if we go to our index, near the current index state, we will create a new state called active tab. And I need to do that in an array. Set active tab equals use state. And the current active tab, well, it's gonna be probably the For You page is gonna be the default, but we'll see. So now, because these tabs can change maybe their names, maybe later on you'll want something, change the name or add more tabs, I will have them in a constant here called tabs, kind of like enums, but not exactly enums. So here we will have explore, and it will say explore. We will also have, I see, following, and constant have to be like in capital. That's why the keys I'm making in capital. So following, and lastly, we will have for you, which will have for you, something like that. Okay, so the default will be tabs dot, and I think it's for you. That's going to be basically for you is going to be our default tab, the active default tab. Yes. So now in these tabs, we kind of need to pass them that information. So each of them will have a different name. So of course we need to pass the title, and also we need to pass the function so that I could make a different tab active. So set active tab, maybe even we can be more specific and pass set active tab. And we also need to pass the currently active tab. So again, let's pass active tab. And we need to pass all this for all of them. But for the title, we actually didn't provide any yet information. So the first one will be tabs explore, and then the others will change. So I can simply copy this whole line and change it here, only changing the title. So the next one will be following, and the last one will be for you. That's why I also added a different component, not to like repeat so much logic and have so much logic here handling these tabs. This way it's a lot cleaner. It keeps our main homepage a lot cleaner. So now if I save it and go to, again, I'll stop this and go back to our feed, we can actually take all of these parameters that we just passed. And as we know, we passed the title, we passed set active tab, and we also passed the active tab. However, we're gonna get complaints that, again, like this does not expect to get these parameters. So we need to define the types. What we'll do, again, we'll say type, we'll say feed tab props, and then we will have them here. So we'll say title is going to be a simple string, then set active tab, that's going to be a function, and this function expects to get a title, which is going to be a string, and it will return nothing. Basically, it will return void. And lastly, we will have a active tab, which is going to be, again, a string. So now that we have this, we can apply it here. Feed tab props. Perfect. It's no longer complaining, and we can actually start using them. So here we can right away use the title and change these accordingly. That's very good. However, in the styles, we need to add something to display a little bit better the actually currently active tab. And how can we do this? Well, let's make this like that so that it will be easier to see. And in this styles, we'll make this styles an array, not an object, an array. And here we can pass multiple style objects. So one of them is styles.tabText, and the other one will make it conditional. So for example, if the active tab is currently this title, we will say, okay, then apply styles from the active tab text. So now we need to define the styles of the active tab text, which is going to be the color of, well, white. And I think everything else, it also inherits from here. So there's not much that we need to change here anymore. I think that's the only things that we needed to add the color. So now if we change, nothing happens, but it's because we're pressing on them, but we don't handle the set active tab anywhere. So what we need to do in here in touchable opacity, let's move this here as well. We will add on press to the touchable opacity, and we will say what happens when we press. So what will happen is we will set the active tab to the title, the one that was pressed. So for example, now following, explore, for you, and as you can see, it changes the text the way we want. The last thing that we want to do is actually have the active dot under the currently selected tab. And for that, we will have specified the width of the dot, the height of the dot. Of course, yeah, I see it's definitely white, so FFF, and we'll have a little bit of a margin on the top, so something like 4, or later maybe we can adjust it. So now what it means, we need to display conditionally this dot. So we will say if this tab is the active one, again, like we did before, let's display the view with a self-closing tag, and we will simply pass the style that we provided in the active dot. So now, as you can see, it's here. The only problem is that it's not in the middle. So how can we solve this? Is actually, we already wanted to do this, but add a line item center here. And as you can see, it's always going to be on the bottom the way we want it. So it's not really a dot, it's actually active line. So if you want, you can also change the name. Okay, that's good. We have the tabs. I think we have the feed pretty much done. Let's check it out. So create feed tabs, they're working. This is what we're looking to achieve. Everything seems to be working. So that's kind of it for the feed. I think we can move on to the create post screen. And this is going to be this tab. Oh yeah, I remember I wanted to show you one more thing. Why in post list item, we have this use focus effect instead of simple use effect. So let me actually comment this out and add this equivalent use effect. So if I save this, and now I will keep on a little bit of the sound so you could maybe hear it, but it kind of works for the scrolling. So now this video is playing, the other is not. If I scroll to the next one, this one's playing and the other one is not. The problem, it happens when I navigate through the tabs. If I navigate to a different tab, I'm not sure if you can hear it, but the video is still playing, which is a problem. And we are solving this with this use focus effect in order to keep track and pause the video also whenever we navigate through the tabs. So that's why we didn't use the use effect and instead used use focus effect. So now if we save it, everything is working, and now we can continue actually working on the new post screen. So now what we can do is go to our guide and see what next do we need to do. And the first thing that we'll need to do is install expo-camera library. So let's click on this documentation page. And here you can find a lot more information about what expo-camera is, how can you use it, and many other things. However, to put it shortly, it allows us to use the camera of our phone. So to install this library, just copy this simple one-liner, go back to your code, open the terminal, of course, stop the server, and paste this command. Once the library is installed, we can go back to the documentation and see a little bit more information. Now I will stop a little bit here in configuration in app config. So when we were installing Expo Video, we have already seen this, but we've skipped through because we did not want any plugins to be added. But basically, what these Expo plugins allow us is we can configure something at a native level. For example, permissions in info.plist for iOS or Android manifest. So these changes do not affect Expo Go because, well, Expo Go is already a pre-built app. And if we want these config plugins to work, we will need to create our own binary, which I'll show you how to do it later. But for example, what we can do with these now is we can change the camera permission text, microphone permission text when you're asking for permission, and also add, actually you can even read here more. For example, record audio Android, which is a Boolean that determines whether these enable to record audio permission on Android. And these are kind of important things for us. So what we can do is copy this array, go back to our code, open up app.json, and under the Expo Video, add a comma and paste what you just copied. Now we can change here our name or even like the whole string to whatever you want, but yeah, it needs to be descriptive of why you're asking for this permission. So once you've added these config plugins, you can no longer simply run your app like we used to with npx expo start. Because what this does is, as I mentioned, it runs it with Expo Go, but we need it to run with our own binary basically. So how can we do that is we can say npx expo run iOS instead, press enter, and now it will start generating some native code. And as you can see right now, it's installing the Cocoa pods. Once it's done, I'll show you a little bit more of what changed. But now let's go back to the documentation and scroll a bit further until we find an example here of how to use it. Once again, if you want to play around, you can copy this whole code, paste it in new post and see how it works, play around, but we'll start working on it right away. Basically, while I explain, we will add code little by little. So if we go here, the one thing that already changed is you can see that it added this iOS folder to our project, which if you expand, you'll find a lot of native code, but we don't really touch it here. So now let's close the terminal. And as you can see, the app is running just like before. However, if you close it, you can see that we have a completely separate application, an icon created with its own binary and everything, instead of running it inside the Expo Go. And more times than not, you will probably get to that point where you will need to do this for your app when you're building one. However, Expo Go is still brilliant when you're starting out, when you want something like very simple. So you'll see when you need to build it. But yeah, always start with Expo Go. So now if we open this, we can see that yeah, everything is working like it used to, and we can continue developing. And later on, when we ask for permissions, you'll see that the permission text changed. So now let's close the app.json. We can also close the types. We don't need post list item no more, no feed tab, and we can go into new post. And yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is simply render a camera view. So to do that, actually, we can go to documentation and see what needs to be done. Well, we need to import a lot of things from expo-camera. So let's copy this, go back and paste it here. Now, what's next? Of course, we will need to be able to change between front-facing and back-facing camera. So we can copy this one, but we will also need the permissions. So we can copy both of these, go back and paste them here. Of course, for the use state, we need to import it from React. So let's do use state from React. Perfect. And then we can continue seeing what else do we need here. For now, let's skip this one, but we will need something like that later. And now let's start by actually having our own code. And the first thing that we will do is we will add a permission check. Basically, we need to check whether the permission was granted or whether we need to ask for permission. So what we will do is whenever user goes to the screen, we want to fire it right away. So we can do it in use effect. So when component mounts, we do some logic. So let's build the boilerplate. And in here, we want to keep in the dependencies the permission itself, basically from the use camera permission. Whenever it changes, we will rerun the use effect. So what we'll have here is we will check if we have permission already like here and permission was not granted yet. So permission was not granted, but also we can ask again. That's very important because if you are not able to ask, you won't fire it. So we need to be able to ask for a permission again, and then we will fire this permission that you will see. I'm not gonna save yet, but yeah, soon. So now after this, it's also very important to add a little bit of code so that if the permissions were not granted initially, we need to show some sort of a code here saying that, well, you did not grant us the permission. So please go to the settings, and maybe we will even link to the settings saying that grant us the permission so that we could allow you to record or whatever. So what we'll do here is we will again ask if permission is already loaded and the permission was not granted, so far similar, but we are not able to ask again. So we are not able to ask again. That means we will need to show some sort of disclaimer that, well, sorry. So let's add a view, some text that will say something we need your permission, what I have here, to use the camera, something like this. And we will also need to have a button. So let's import it from React Native, a button with the title grant permission. So grant permission. And on press, what we will do is, because we cannot ask for permission again, we will need to navigate user to our settings so that they are able to actually allow us to record. So what we'll do is we'll say linking from React Native dot open settings. So what this will do is it will later, okay, so now we already see what happens when you, because I saved, what happens when you go to new post, you will see this text and I can allow permission right away and we'll be able to use it. But let's test the don't allow. As you can see right away, we have this grant permission. Of course, there's no styles yet, so that's why you don't see the text, but we will keep on working. So for example, let's add here some container and let's call this styles.permission container. And then for the text, we can have also style equals styles.permission text. So we will still need to import the style sheet. However, we will create our style sheet here on the bottom like we used to do before. So we'll say style sheet.create and also have it like this. So now inside this object, we can start creating our style objects, which is permission container and also permission text. So let's do this. I can see that by accident I removed the T, so let's add it here and let's remove it from here. So for the permission container, okay, let's see what do we need to include here. Actually, maybe I will do permission text first because that way you'll be able to see what I'm changing. And first thing that we'll do is simply set the color to white. As you can see, the text is already there. So the next thing that we'll add is we'll align it in the center. That's very good. I will increase the size to something like 20. Here, I will not spend too much time styling because it's nothing you will see too often. But yeah, something like this, I think it's gonna be good enough. And now we can add some more styles for the permissions itself. So what I want to do is I want to display it in the middle of the screen. So for you to better understand how it's going to work, I will add this. For now, as you can see, this is how much space this container has. However, if I add flex 1, it now takes up full space, which means I can simply write justify content center and it will align in the center of the screen of the space that it has. And lastly, what I also want to do is I will add some padding of 20 because otherwise it might touch on smaller screens the sides. So now if I do this and I can remove the background, this is what you will see if you did not grant the permission to use the camera. However, if I go here, it will open me the apps here that I have. And here you can find TikTok clone and basically enable these permissions here at the top. Actually, I'm thinking instead of importing from React Native, the linking, okay, I want to import it from Expo. So import everything as linking, and we will say from Expo linking like this. And then we can remove this one and of course add this here. So now let's still not allow to use the camera. Let's go to our app. So now if I click on open settings, we'll go to apps and we'll be able to enable the camera permissions. So now if I close this here and I go to my app again, go here, I can no longer see this because I have the permissions. So in reality, you're seeing this, which is going to be not visible because it's black, but if I add white, here it is, new post screen. So that is something we needed to have. Now we can continue like little by little adding these steps. And the next step is something they have already. So we will simply implement this toggle camera facing function. To do that, let's say toggle camera and like this. We can simplify it a lot. I didn't want to overcomplicate, but this is how can we simplify it and have this toggle camera function. So now, what can we do? I think we can start right away working on the camera view itself here. So what the camera view will have is these three icons here and the closing icon. So let's start working on that. So the first thing that we'll do, according to also their documentation, you will have this camera view component, right? So let's copy, go back here, and instead of having this post screen, let's add camera view component. Now, of course, we will need to add some styling. So let's see what they're adding. It's simply camera flex 1. So it's a perfect time to show you inline styling when you can leave it. If it's something very simple, you don't need to add actually a full separate object. You can simply have camera view and style basically pass it like this in line. Perfect. So now we can move further and add all of those icons. So what we'll have here is we'll have a view, and this view will be a top bar. So basically only the close icon that I already have here prepared in my notes. So it's going to be from icons, and you'll see something new here. But first of all, let's import the icons, and then I'll explain what's the other thing. So import icons from expo/vector icons. Let's save it, and we see this router back here. However, we've never seen it before, and this comes from the navigation, and we will see how to usually use the navigation. However, sometimes you need to navigate somewhere programmatically, like this, where you say just go back if this is pressed. So to achieve this, it doesn't need much extra setup, but yeah, you will have a little bit of a different way of having this code. So what we will do is we will import router from expo router. And then in here, we can simply call router.back, and we will go back. So for example, if I click this, we'll go back to this screen. If I go here, we will see it again. Okay, so we have this icon here. It doesn't have much styles yet, but it's already there. That's good. So now we will add all of the bottom controls. Let's create another view in here, and let's add again 3 different icons. Well, actually only 2 of them will be icons, but let's add them. First of all, again, ionic icons. Here we can add a function, an empty function, which is called exactly the same. Select from gallery, and here we'll have this function for now not do anything. Then we'll have again the camera that will, the icon that will toggle the camera facing position, or maybe actually this is a better name, toggle camera facing. So let's add this. So we have this function already done. For now, all of them are here. And now let's add this big bubble in the middle. So to do that, we'll use touchable opacity. And in here, we will not have anything inside, so it can be a self-closing tag. However, it will have some more styles. So let's pass style. And the default style, we can say styles.record button. And of course, it will have on press. So on press, for now, we can simply use the console log and say start, because later we will need to decide whether it's stopping to record or starting to record. So let's keep it like this. So now we can add some more styles, because not only we need to add record button styles, but we need to add some styling to these, the containers here, and a little bit more. So let's start with record button. And then in this record button, well, what we want to do, I see it should be big. So let's add width of 80. So we'll make height the same. We want to make it a square. We want to have the background color white, so like this. And then of course we want border radius. So border radius, because we want it to be an oval, we will use 40, like half of this. So now we can start working on container styles. The first one, we'll find the top bar. So let's say styles.top bar, and then we can say here something like styles.bottom control. Now let's add these in here, this one as well, like this. And now let's start defining these styles. Well, first of all, the top bar, there's not much to add here. The only thing that it needs is to stay on the top here. So what we can do is we can say position, again, absolute, and then add here top. Let's add top 10 and left also 10. So it will stay here. That's why these moved, because this one now is positioned absolutely on top, and it's always gonna display here. These are still relatively positioned, but soon we'll change it. So now let's go to the bottom controls, and we also add position absolute for them. If we save it, it's still gonna stay there, but what we need to do is we need to display them on the bottom. But here's the issue. If I say bottom 10, they completely disappear. Even bottom 5, you don't see them because the bottom is still here. What we need to do is we need to add basically say that this view should take up the full screen as well. So if we do flex 1, now we see these controllers here on the bottom. Okay, so what we will do next is we will change their flex direction from column to row to be displayed like this. We will align them in the center. Perfect. What we also want to do, there's one new thing. We will need to add justify content and space them around, basically have automatically chosen the equal amount of spaces between these items and between the sides. However, if we save, nothing will change. And that's because, once again, the best way to showcase anything is using background color. So this is all of the space these bottom controls have. But what we could do is we could say, take the full width of the screen. And now, as you can see, their position. So if I remove this, they will still keep like close by. But if I add justify content space around, they will be aligned properly. Let's remove this one. But of course, they're a little bit too low for my tasting. So maybe something like 20 will be good. Perfect. So now we have these controls, but there's one little problem is that, again, we're displaying this header, new post here. However, we should not have it here. So what we could do is go to layout, and just like we did for the home screen, we added header shown false. So for the new post, let's do actually the same thing. And now this disappeared. However, in that case, this top icon is no longer where it's supposed to be, because it's going a little bit too close to the top. So what we could do here, simply change the top to being something like maybe 50 or even 55. Well, it depends on what you want to achieve, but that's more or less good. And here, 15. Yeah, let's leave it like this for now. So we have this. We're shaping up slowly. However, there's one thing with permissions. If their permissions are still not loaded, we do need to also display something in order not to crash or not to display something that we don't want to. So what we will do here, before returning these, we'll go here and say, just like them. Like if the permissions are not loaded yet, display the either blank view, or you can display a loading indicator. It depends. But yeah, we'll have something like this. So now what we can continue on is actually recording the video. And I think that's the way we will do. So what we need to do is, first of all, know when the user is recording and not, like also start recording. So let's go here, and at the top, we'll need to create a flag, a Boolean, to know whether it's currently recording or not. So again, if you hear something like that and you need to be changing something according to that, that means we'll be using the state. So we'll say is recording, set is recording, and we'll say that it should be a use state. And we can also even pass the type, which is going to be Boolean. And initially it is false. It's not recording. Let's remove these spaces here. Perfect. We have a Boolean flag based on, like, we need to change something based on that. And one thing that we need to do is this one, record button itself. So we either need to apply styles when it's recording or not. So that means also adding some more styles. So recording button. So how it will change when we are actually recording. And there's not much to change here. Actually, from what I'm seeing, we only want to change the background color to be, and I have here prepared a little bit of a different one. So F44336. So we have the styles, and now we need to apply them based on whether it's recording or not. So we already saw something like that. We'll make it like this. And actually, let's do it like that to have it a little bit cleaner. And here, we'll do it like this and say is recording. And if it's recording, we will add styles.recording button. Perfect. That's very good. But now we don't have yet a way to change from start to record or end to record, which means we will need to have here some sort of a function. And what we'll do is, for now, we'll say is recording. So if it is recording now, we'll add this in line if else. We'll say stop recording, and we'll add this function soon. However, if it's not recording yet, we will say start recording. And we need to now add these two functions here. So const stop recording and also start recording. So start recording. Okay, we have these functions. So now we here are kind of good, but we need to be able to toggle them and actually add some sort of logic in them. So when we're stopping the recording, the first thing that we will do is simply set recording to false. So stop recording. However, when we're starting, of course, we will set recording to true. So now based on this, we will be able to already change these styles a little bit better. However, of course, that's not it. We need to add something else. One thing that we will also need to do is to pass to this camera a reference so that we could use its reference in our code programmatically. So basically programmatically start and stop recording. We already saw how to use useRef, and it's going to be quite similar here. So maybe let's separate these to understand a bit better. So we will have camera ref here, and we will say use ref. And yeah, as I said, it's a little bit different than what you saw previously, but this is going to be or used to programmatically start and stop recording. And we can also even say that the type of this should be a camera view. So we'll say camera view, not here, but inside. Okay. So we have this camera reference. Now we need to attach it to our camera view, and it's simply saying ref, and then we say camera ref. That's how you attach this reference to the camera. And now we can start manipulating it in our function. So for example, to start recording, we will need to say const and then recorded, because we will right away get the recorded video after stopping. So we will say recorded video await, and we'll say camera ref dot current. Again, we are selecting current reference value, and we will say record asynchronous. So now we're seeing a little bit of an error, but we'll fix it soon. Now we will say, okay, if the recorded video is there after the recording is finished, and actually we need the URI of this record video, and we are accessing it safely, then we can set the video to, like, probably we'll set it to a state, but that means recording was successful. And later we will add more logic here. So now let's solve this issue here. It says that await expressions are only allowed within async functions. Well, that's very easy to fix it. We'll simply make this function asynchronous. So now we have half of the logic for starting to record. However, we still don't have the logic for adding that video somewhere and displaying what was recorded. But soon we will solve this. So whenever we stop recording, it's actually even easier. We just say camera ref dot current, and then we say simply stop recording. And that's it. We stop the recording. So in here, let's do a console log recorded video.uri to see if we get this URI actually or not. So let's save it. Let's start the recording, stop the recording, and we got an error. Uncalled promise record function failed because this operation is not supported on the simulator. Okay, well, it makes sense. If you would want to run this on your own device, what you would do is you have to attach basically your iPhone or Android. On Android, you kind of actually can record. So you can also run Android emulator if you want to. But on iOS, you would need to run something like this. Let me stop the server. npx expo run iOS device, click enter, and then you will have probably your iPhone. You can see that it's already attached. So I can simply say like run it on this device. However, you will not see it, so I will not run that. But what I could do is run it on Android to showcase it for you. However, now that I did this with Android, you can see that also Android directory appeared with its native code. So let's give it a couple of seconds to run, and then we can test it on Android real quick. Once the build is complete, you'll see your app running on Android emulator as well. However, while I was waiting for the build to finish, I've noticed one small issue. And that issue is that we're asking only for camera permissions, but not for microphone permissions. But we do need microphone permissions in order to record the audio as well during the video. So to solve that, what we will do is we will also import use microphone permissions here. We'll have something very similar, and we can just name it mic permissions, and here request mic permissions and use microphone permissions. Now, because we want two different permissions, we want them to fire one after another. So basically what we're saying, we want them to fire asynchronously. So inside this use effect, instead of having this one if and then adding something similar, which would fire both permissions at the same time, we will adjust it a little bit. And well, to adjust it, what we need to do is we need to create a synchronous function. To do that, let's call here async. Now we open an arrow function, and in here we start saying basically what function should do. So we can actually just copy what we have here or cut out and paste in here. So now the only thing we need to change here is add here await to await until this is fully resolved. Now, after this one, what we will also do is we will add something very similar. So I'm just gonna copy it as well. But instead of asking for camera permissions, we will use microphone permissions. So let's check if it's loaded, if it was not granted, and if we can ask again. Then we call request mic permissions as well by awaiting it. What we need to do, the last thing here, is to call this function by specifying these two brackets here. We also add in the dependencies the mic permission. And here we have an asynchronous function, and they will both fire one after another being resolved. So we can save this here. However, we do need to adjust some things here. So for example, if the mic permissions are not loaded, we're saying here, if the permissions, which is camera permissions or mic permissions, are not loaded, we're returning a view. Now in here, we also need to do some adjustments because currently we're checking only for camera permissions, but we do need to get both of them. So what we'll do is we will wrap this in simple parentheses and then say or, and then we'll have something very similar like this, however, only for mic permissions. So here we say mic permission and it was not granted and we cannot ask again for them. Then we will say we need your permission to use the camera and a microphone. So now this permission thing is handled correctly the way we want. And also I thought just of one more thing is in this camera view, we actually only using the video mode. So we can specify mode as being video and save it here. So now if we start using our app, and if we go to new post on Android, we will see first of all one permission to record the video. We'll say okay, allow while using the app, and right away when that one is resolved, we'll see another one saying allow to record audio. And of course we want to allow users to record the audio because that's how they will be able to upload their videos. So I remember the last thing we checked was if it will console log the video URL. So let's start recording. Let's finish recording, and as we can see here, it does actually show us the URL of our recording, which is exactly what we wanted. So now, because it's a bit easier to test with an emulator instead of Apple, I will try to use this one actually for a little bit, and then later I will switch back to using Apple. So let me adjust a little bit here, something like this. So now that we have this ready, we can continue. And the next thing we want to do is actually, after the user is finished with the recording of his video, we want to display it to him so that he could review it and maybe, I don't know, dismiss it or basically post that video. So how are we going to do this? The best way, in my opinion, would be to have this return statement separated into two different things that we want to actually show now. So one is being the camera view. If we don't have any video yet recorded, we simply show this camera view. However, if we have a video recorded and we stored it, at least we have its URL, we want to show the video instead of the camera view. So to do that, what we will do is select all of this and cut it out. Then on top of this, we will create a new function called let's say render camera, because this is the camera view that we have. Let's do it like this. And of course we need to return it. So we'll have something like this. And there should be another function that basically we will render a recorded video. So say render recorded video. Maybe we could just say render a video. It's up to you. But yeah, we have something like this. So now in here, what we could do is based on some condition, either display render camera or recorded video. Now we don't really have that condition, but whenever we finish recording, we would need to store this URL somewhere. So again, what we can do is introduce another use state called video. and then we'll say set video, and it will be use state. I think initially it's gonna have nothing at all, and it will be of type string. So something like this. So now after the recording is finished here, let me check where is the function here. After the recording is finished, what we will do is we will set video, and we will set this recorded video.uri to this video. And now we have some condition that we can actually check out, and based on what we can display the return statement. So of course, also another thing, in order to return this, you need to have either here a view, and then we can have here, let's say, a condition. If we have a video, we'll display render recorded video. So recorded video. Otherwise, we will display a camera. So now what we could do here is simplify this a little bit more and remove this view here and leave only the tag itself. So you can keep it like this, and it's kind of like consider the view, but a bit differently, like it's a fragment. So yeah, that's that. And then we can start actually working on rendering the recorded video because we have it. So we need to display it. It will have a lot of styles from what I'm seeing. And so let me think what we will need. First of all, let's start with a simple view, of course, and it will have some container styles for sure. I think flex one. So we can do it like this, inline styles. So now what else? We need a closing icon. So I have it already prepared. Let me find it. Yeah, here it is, the icon. However, we don't have styles for them. So we can scroll here, say close icon. We'll add the styles a bit later because there's also another issue is that we need dismiss video function. So what we'll go here and add another empty function saying dismiss video. Later on, we will add all the logic that we need to these functions. And actually dismiss video, it's actually not that much of a logic. So yeah, we are lacking one more thing so that I don't want to show you and confuse you too early. Okay, now that we have this icon, we can display the actual video. And we did something like this very recently with our feed, right? So what we need here is we need video view from expo video. As far as you remember, probably the video view does need to have a player. It's mandatory, but we don't have any players yet here defined, and we don't have yet the URL. So we can't really do something similar as we did in the feed when we specify the video player already with some sort of video. However, what we can do is let's go here at the top, and in here we define this video player. So it will use video player hook, and in here again, as you remember, we need to specify the video URL as the first parameter. However, you can pass null if you don't have it yet, which means we will have here player arrow function, and we will specify only one option here, which is something, I made a mistake. It should be player, and we'll say player dot loop, and it's going to be true. So basically, let's loop the video if you finished it. And now we don't do anything yet with it. So what we can do is scroll down and pass this video player to our video view. Now we can continue adding more things. So another thing that we'll need to do is, again, content fit. It also depends on your behavior that you're trying to achieve, but I will have cover. And then I will need to pass some more styles, and these styles, I will call them simply video. That's gonna be good enough. And of course, we need to scroll down here and say video. Okay, so we're currently building our skeleton. And the last thing from what we need is on the bottom, that input. So what can we do is simply add here a text input. So we'll say text input, and text input in here we'll need to pass a few things. Well, first of all, definitely we will need some styles. Style equal styles dot input. Let's for now just add it as a skeleton here. And then the next thing that we will need is we'll need some sort of a placeholder, which will be saying add a description, something like this. Now we'll set the placeholder color, and that color will be I have here as well already AAA. Okay, we have the placeholder color, and it's going to be multi-line. However, there's one more thing that we need to do. And whenever you're typing, we need to store somewhere this text input. So maybe you already can guess what we're going to do, but we need one more use state, because we need to, when user is typing, we need to keep updating the state to show inside the input what user is typing. And another thing is that we need to have this text input after it's provided so that we could store it later in our database. So let's scroll to the top once again, and let's create once again another state. Let's call it description and set description. Then we'll have it use state. It's going to be empty string, and it can only be a string. Okay, so now that we have this, we can scroll back to our text input, and in here we can say that the value of this text input is the description state, as well as what needs to happen when the text is changing. So we can pass on change text property, and we can simply say set description. So basically it will take the text. So what's actually happening, it's taking the text from here and passing it here. But what we are gonna do is we will simplify it and have it simply saying set description, and this automatically passes all the properties to set description, which simplifies us a lot of work. So let's see, where did we import text input from? Yeah, that's what I thought, like, because I did not get any suggestions correct, I thought it's definitely incorrect. We need to import it from React Native. So let's do like this, text input. And yeah, I can already see that here is, I made some sort of mistake, because it's not placeholder color, but placeholder text color. That's why it's important to import from correct places, because that way you get a lot of help. Okay, we have this text input. However, we also need to have a button near it so that users can post when they finish providing the description. Of course, we will use touchable opacity, and inside here, it's actually, I'm gonna add simply a text, which is going to be, for now, it's gonna say just post. Later, we'll implement the loading, so then it will say either post or posting, but now it's gonna be only text. Of course, it needs some styles, so we'll say post text, and let's go here and add it. I'm adding them like this for now with no styles, so that you could see how the styles are changing, and it would be a little bit easier for you to understand what each style does, and yeah, how it affects and my thinking a little bit better. So, okay, we have this text. We also need to pass some container styles. So we'll pass here, again, style. We'll say styles dot post button. Let's once again do the same, copy, add it here. Later we'll provide some styles. And we'll need to provide, again, at least one more thing, but probably we'll add two more. So another thing that we need to pass is on press. And this on press will simply call post video function. For now, this post video function is going to be, once again, with no logic, but we will add it very soon. Okay, no, this one needs also a style, which is going to be styles.video wrapper. And I think we can start by displaying the video, but of course, I think it's not gonna look very nice yet. We don't have any styles, but let's try it out. So we are recording, we're finishing the recording, and we literally don't see anything because we have no styles yet. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna start by applying styles from top to bottom. So first of all, let's go video wrapper. Let's go here, and video wrapper will need, well, one style in theory, which is going to be flex1. Take the full space that you are given. Then we have this video style here. And this video, we want to display it in a certain aspect ratio, which is going to be 9 divided by 16. Basically, yeah, saying how we want to display this video that we have right here. One thing that we need to do is after we finish recording and set the video here, basically to this state, our video player still doesn't have that video. It doesn't know what to play and even when to start. So after setting the video here, what we need to do is one more thing. We need to call the video player that we define below, and we need to say replace async, which is basically saying replace from null to some sort of URI. And if it's like this, I'm gonna say URI, and URI will become recorded video.uri. This way, I don't need to repeat myself so often saying recorded video.uri and blah, blah. So here we'll have simply URI. Okay, so now that we have this, what we can do further is right away start playing this video. So we'll say video player dot play. I believe it. Yeah, play and pause. So now after we select the video, we should start playing it right away. And yes, I did forget one more thing, which is it's kind of a small problem that I've missed. I'm not returning anything from this render recorded video. What I need to do is actually add this return statement here and add all of my JSX code in here. So basically to return it. And now we can see a little bit more. We can see this add description, and here the video should be playing. So now I will switch back to iOS simulator as it's a little bit easier for me to work with and I prefer it, but yeah, you can continue working on Android as well. So let's close it here. Yeah, let's select no. And let's continue working on the iOS simulator. So let's see. Now, yeah, of course, we'll be getting this uncaught, but it's not working on a simulator, but we can do it a little bit easier. Because if you remember, we have some mock data and we have URLs of mock data. So we can simply reuse it in our new post. And whenever the recording is finished, actually, I'm gonna even do it even easier. So here, I will simply pass this URL, then scroll to the bottom, and instead of rendering camera or recorded video, I'm simply going to render recorded video right away. So let me, oh no, actually we need these, and let's click save. So now if I reload this, go to new post, and we can see that, yeah, here's the video. We can continue working with these styles. So one more style that we need to add, it's actually, well, later on it's going to be a keyboard avoiding view. But for now, let's wrap it in a simple view. And what keyboard avoiding view will allow us to do is make this description input visible even though the keyboard was open. So we will need to pass here some other styles, and we can call it styles, something like description container, maybe. Let's copy and yeah, let's add it here. So now we can actually start applying styles to the description container right away. So let's scroll to it and add some more. First of all, what I will want to do is because this is so close to the edge, I want to add some padding horizontal, not a lot, maybe some like 5, that's good. Because there will be a button here, we will need to make them like direction, flex direction, row. So basically to display them one after another. I think we can add the post button for it to be easier to see the changes. So let's say background color. I have here set the background color. It's a bit different. So FF0050, something like this. Okay, we can already see it a little bit better. So here how it was without the horizontal. Now that we add this horizontal, they're basically aligned a little bit better. What else? In here we will add, well, I think we need to add some gap between the input and the button. And also they're stuck to the bottom, so I will simply add some margin bottom and, well, around 15 should do the trick. Okay, we have this container done well. So now let's finalize the button. And of course the button text, because we need to have it fully ready. So here we will need to add some padding horizontally, and I believe it's around 10 because we need to add it like inside. That's why we're adding padding and not margin. Okay, what else? Well, padding vertical is also necessary, but I believe it should be even more. Maybe that's too much. I think the padding horizontal can be 15 and this one can be 10. Yeah, this one looks way better. Okay, we will need definitely some border radius. So I would say 10 is more than enough. And also, one more thing, it might not work right now, but what I will need to do is we need to have this aligned on the right side. So we'll say align self and it will be flex end. Yeah, it's not working right now, but you'll see once we add the flex, it will work. So for the text, there's not much to change here. I will make it white. I think it should be a little bit bigger. Font size, something like 17, and font weight. It's not fully bold. Let's make it something around 700. Perfect. I believe that's good. So now we can add the styles to the input itself. First thing that we will add is flex 1. So now actually that we have here the flex 1, we don't really need the align self here anymore. So we can remove it and it's going to be aligned properly. So now let's add some more styles. First of all, the color inside the text when you're writing should be white. So now if I start typing something, you can see because it's white. The background color, however, it's going to be a little bit different than the background color here, black. It's going to be 111. I already have this here. So you can see it slightly displayed, but I don't want to stand out too much. Then I will add some border radius on the input box. It's not going to be much. It's going to be around 10. So you can see it better. I can for now make it white, but then later I'll change it back. So here, some border radius. Then I want to add some padding vertical, not too much, but a little bit more. So 15 should do the trick, I believe. Now it's going on top of it, but we'll solve it later. It's because of this close button. So what else do we want? Okay, so I definitely want to, because it's multi-line, and if I start writing, it's gonna go like any amount of height. So what I want to set for this is maximum height. And maximum height, I will say something like 110. Don't go taller than this. And lastly, I think padding horizontal is also needed here. So, but I will make it a bit less, around 10. So now I can move here the background color to 111 once again, and it's being displayed a bit better. However, the close icon still lacks some styles. So let's first of all add position absolute because it always needs to stay on top. Then we can add what else? Well, it's not that close to the top, so maybe let's do top 50. And also we need to do left, well, around 20. I know that we don't see it now, but we already learned how to make it visible. So Z index 1 should move it to the top. This is gonna work for us. You can work on better input, better styling, but this is for now what we will work with. I believe it's good. So let's keep it like this. Okay, so now what else? Actually, we can go to our TikTok clone guide and see how it was looking here and how it looks here. It's okay, right? So one thing that I actually want to add here is instead of render record video having simply a view, I would like here to add safe area view. So what it does, let me show you. Safe area view. Let's change the closing tag as well and have the edges only taking the bottom part. What this does is it automatically adds a space that's required basically in order to have this aligned correctly. So now we have a little issue. Whenever we have a keyboard open, the text is going to be always hidden. So what we need to do is we need to add keyboard avoiding view here. So let's add here keyboard avoiding view from React Native and add here the closing tag for it. Then we will need to add a few more things here. The first one being the behavior. So behavior, we will set it based on the platform because they both handle it differently. So let's import platform from React Native and say if it is the OS is iOS, then the behavior will be padding. I forgot the question mark. However, for everything else, it's going to be undefined, which basically means the default one. And after this is implemented, you can see that this moves together with the keyboard and we always see the input. You can even add extra threshold. I don't remember how it's called. We can go to keyboard avoiding view. Keyboard vertical offset. So we can add some extra by saying keyboard vertical offset 20, and then let's open it again. Toggle. You can see that it's a little bit higher And yeah, it depends. You can leave whatever you want and you feel is better. So now that we have this all implemented and working, let's see what else should we do. Okay, so I think the next thing that we need to do is actually implement a possibility to upload something from your gallery. You shouldn't be required to record it right now. Maybe you had something in your gallery already. So for this one, what we can go back to the check of if there's a video, render recorded video, otherwise render camera. Let's save it, and now we will see the camera. Oh, actually, we forgot one more thing. Whenever the user in the render record video clicks on dismiss video, we actually need to handle it. We need to somehow remove the video. Well, that's pretty easy. We will set video to undefined. And another thing that we need to do is we need to release the video player. So we need to say that this video player no longer needs to keep anything, the URL, we will initialize it basically again when we need. So we'll say video player release. So now if we go here and actually go back once again a little bit to this part, save it. Whenever we have this video, if we click close, we will, as you can see, remove the video. But now that we don't have a video, according to this logic, we would display the camera again. So that's how we want to keep it. Okay, so now let's go back and check out if everything is implemented. So for video recording, set up camera permissions, render camera view, implement logic for recording, video picker. So now here is actually where we want to go. Open the image picker here because we will need to, well, install it. So let's copy this command, go back to our code. We can pause the server and install the expo-image-picker. While it's installing, we can go back and see some of the configurations. So here, once again, we can add the photo permission plugin. So let's actually do that. Let's copy this, go to app.json, and after the expo camera, let's add the expo image picker. So with our own permission text. Okay, now if we scroll further, we can see the logic of how can we use this. So we will use it a little bit, but mainly we'll work on it ourselves. So first of all, let's again start the server, and also we can run on iOS device. So now it will need to install the CocoaPods again because we installed a new library, so it might take a little bit longer. But while it's doing, we can already start importing the things that we need, which is image picker from expo-image-picker. So let's scroll to the top, import it here. Then let's see what else do we need. Well, we definitely will need to add something like this, but we already have, which is video state. So we can skip this part. We will need the pick image function. Let's copy this one, pick image function, and then we'll adjust it a little bit later. So now, okay, I see that everything is working. We can go to our upload image here and yeah, continue working. So before continuing, actually, let's remove this default video and pass null like we had before. So if we scroll below, here we have select from gallery function. So I just pasted the copied function, but in theory from all of this, we can just take out this part, then remove this and paste it in select from gallery. Of course, now we already have an issue because we need to have this function asynchronous. And then we will launch this picker with some properties. Well, first of all, we're only allowing videos to be uploaded. We can allow editing those videos. The aspect ratio of our videos will be 9:16, and the quality, well, we can remove this one because the default one is good for us. And then we can here console log if we want to check whether it's working, but it's definitely not necessary to keep here. What we will need to do is take this one out again, just to make it easier to reuse later. We'll have here URI and then keep it like this. Instead of having set image, we will have set video and pass this URI to our video state. Then we will have again very similar logic, which is going to be await, and we will need to video player replace async and pass this URI so that it knows which video to play. And then once it's finished, we can play this video right away. So let's save it. And now let's think, is there, let's see actually if there's any other functions that I did not, yeah, post video, but this will come a lot later when we already have the backend implemented. So once this is done, we can actually try it out. So let's click on this button and select a video that we want to upload. You can do some editing here, but I will choose like this. And right away, we see this video playing here. We can add some sort of description and later we'll be able to post this video and yeah, upload it. For now, if we click this, it dismissed and it's working the way we wanted it to work. So let's go back and see. We can close this tab and we can close this tab. Let's see. We implemented the logic for selecting videos. We have the preview UI and logic. We are rendering either that or that. And actually, that's it from this UI part. And actually, we can start working on our backend. For our backend, we will use Supabase. This will allow us to easily handle a lot of things like authentication, using storage for our videos, using a database, and they have much more. I use Supabase quite often in my projects as well. I really enjoy it. So let's start by opening this link or simply going to supabase.com. And here, of course, you'll need to create a new account as well as a new project and organization. So after you go to your dashboard, you'll select or create a new organization, and then you can click on new project. In here, you'll need to provide some information. So for example, project name, for me, it's gonna be TikTok clone. Here you can provide database password. For this, I think I'm gonna use something simple because I'm just gonna remove it after the tutorial. So we can have something very simple. And then the region. So as it says here, select the region closest to your users for the best performance. And yeah, it really depends on you. For me, Sweden, Stockholm is a good option, so I'm gonna choose that. There are some advanced configurations and some other options, but these are like the best ones are chosen by default, so we can keep it like that and simply create new project. It will take some time for it to finalize. And once you are here, you'll see some information. So some text here is welcome to your new project, and get started by building your database as well as explore our other products. So we'll start by working on authentication. From our plan, I think that's the way to go. So you can either click here, explore auth, documentation, or more things. So for example, if you go here, you'll see, for now, we don't have any users, but if you go, where is it? About auth, it will direct you to a new tab where you will have a lot more information and you can browse through it. For us, we will keep on following the guide that I've provided. So the first thing that I need to do is create a new project, which we already did. And now we need to install and connect our Expo project to Supabase. So here we will need these things to be installed. So you can simply copy the command or pause the video and write it down. Let's go to our application, open the terminal, you can stop the server and paste in the command. Let's give it a little bit of time to finalize. Perfect. And then let's see what's next. It's simply authentication. Let's start working on it. You can click the link here. And here you'll find basically a step-by-step plan of how you can approach this and follow it easily. I think we will, again, follow our own guide. It's going to be a bit easier. So let's do that. After I go here, we have one thing to do. So we need to run the user management starter in our project because it will simplify us a lot of things later on when we need to access our users. So what you can do is go to SQL editor in the project, go to quick starts, and in here you'll see user management starter. Let's click on it right away. Here, most of the time you can simply run the command and it's going to be good for you. However, we have a little bit of a custom use case because, for example, we don't want to store user full name, avatar, or even website. So what we can do is we can simply remove these fields from the profiles table. We also don't want to have any constraints on the username length. So we will remove this constraint. And here you can add more things or remove things. It really depends on you. Then we can scroll down. We definitely need to set up row level security here. So you can very easily understand here what this code is doing. So this one is public, making so that public profiles are viewable by everyone. Users can insert their own profile only, and users can update their own profile only as well. So these are creating these row level security policies. So we will keep all of them. Then we have this new function that we're creating that will handle new users. So we can keep everything until begin as it is. And now when are we inserting from auth users into public profiles, we need to make some adjustments. So for example, here we have a full name and an avatar URL. However, we don't really need these because we don't use it. So what you could do is, again, we will remove these and we will add only username because that's what we are having here, right? Then in the values, we definitely, in that case, need to adjust those values. So because we removed the avatar URL, we will remove this. And from the full name, we will change to username. Then we will return new. Everything is good here. We will leave all of this as it is now, like that. Then if you scroll a little bit down, here we are setting up a storage for our avatar URLs. However, we're not really using these avatar URLs, and I'll show you how to use storage for the videos a little later. So if you have avatar URLs, once again, you can leave all of this and it's going to be handled for you. But for us, we will remove this. So if you want to get this code very easily, you can simply expand this SQL command, copy everything here, and you'll have exactly what we have here currently. After this is done, simply click run and you'll see some running and loading. Now we'll see success, no rows returned. That's good. If you go to tables editor, we'll see a new table called profiles. However, we won't have any users in it yet because, we didn't create it yet. Perfect. We have a little bit of setup done. So now if we go to this, you can see here, yes, here is the installation. And here we'll need to connect basically our Supabase with our project. So here you can either copy this code or once again, follow me and we will do it in the source. Let's create a new folder and let's call it lib. In this folder, we will create, once again, a new file called Supabase. So let's do supabase.ts. It's not tsx, so we will leave it just ts. And here we will be doing our setup. So we can actually, I'm thinking maybe copy a little bit and then adjust. Maybe that's going to be easier. So yeah, we can copy everything here, paste it, and then we can start adjusting a little bit. So here we will, because we're not handling the web, we will not need to know the platform. So we can remove this and we can, for the storage, so maybe it's going to be easier to simply remove this and simply write here storage. And for the storage, we will use the async storage here that's already imported. Let's add a comma. For auto refresh token, we will keep it true because that refreshes the token automatically for logged in users. Persist session, we will also keep it true because it's important for us. Detect session URL, we will keep it false because we don't really need it. And for the log, we will have a process log imported from Supabase here. So the create client part is done. Now going in here, again, we don't have the web, so we can remove this. However, if you're handling web, for you, nothing really will change much. Just leave this part with platform.os in here, and then that's it. So here we are removing this and leaving app state, add event listener. So basically when the app state, it changes from active to inactive, we either start auto refreshing or stop auto refreshing. So this is what we have for now. But as you can see at the top here, we have some warnings. Errors, maybe that's a better way to put it, because we need to add our Supabase URL and our publishable key. So what we will do is, if you go to the project, it might even say here where you can find them. So you can simply click here to open your project's keys, select your project, and here you will find those keys. So we can go back to our project and create one more file, but not in the source. We will create it in the root of our project. So there's something somewhere here. Create a new file and call it .env. However, you see that it's already green. If you don't see it, well, you do need to add this in your git ignore. So you can find something with local environment files and simply put .env so that we wouldn't push it to our git. And after saving, as you see, it turned gray. That means it's okay. We're not pushing it. We won't expose any of our keys. But now after creating this, we do need to create two keys. And one of them is, well, I'm gonna name them a little bit differently because that's, I don't really like how it's called here. So one of them is going to be called expo public, and we need to make this public because otherwise we won't be able to access it from expo. So after saying expo public, it means you are able to access it with process.env and then we'll say expo public Supabase URL. And we need to say that, add this exclamation mark saying that we know that this will always be there, so we don't have any TypeScript issues. And for this one, I will call it, once again, we need to add this prefix of expo public, and I will add Supabase anon key. And also we definitely need to add the process.environment.expo-public and say that it's going to be here. After saving, we do need to add these keys in our environment. So let's copy so that we have exactly the same names and paste it here. And then we can go to our project to actually get these keys. So this one is anon public key. Let's just copy it and paste it here as the anon key. And for the Supabase URL, we need to go back to our project. In here, you can at the top click connect and select the mobile framework. For us, it's going to be Expo React Native selected by default, but you can find your own, or if it's not this one selected, using Supabase.js. And then we can simply copy this URL provided here and, of course, paste it in here. After saving it, we have these keys and we can connect to our Supabase client correctly. So now, what's next? We can go to our guide. Let's close this one and see. The next thing is we actually need to start handling these users. So the login and the logout, we need to keep the user state. We need to know when he's logged in and have easily accessible information in all of our application. For that, we need some sort of a global state management. And if I start thinking about that right away, the best choice for me, at least for now, is Zustand. So we can open this documentation, or you can simply go to Zustand docs. In getting started, scroll a little bit down and you will see how you can install it. Or we can simply go to our project, open up the terminal and write npx expo install Zustand. It's quite easy to type in. So after the installation is complete, we have it installed and we can actually start working with it. So here you have some examples of how to create these stores and use them. But of course, we will have our own. So we can skip this one because we also want to have it a little bit different, and I'll soon show you how. But for now, we can close this as well as these settings and keep only this one open. So let's go back to our project. And in here, let's create another folder in source and let's call it stores, because in Zustand, we call it stores, and you can have here multiple stores like Authentication store, or maybe you want to keep something else in your global state. So you'll create, for example, I'm not sure, like for a workout app, like a routine store or a workout store and something like that. So we'll create a new store and let's call it useAuth store.ts. After creating it here, we will need some things to be imported from Zustand. But let's start with create. So that's how we will create the store, and let's import it from Zustand. And now what we can do next is we can create the store. So what we will say is export const use auth store. And then in here, we will need to say create and pass in the type of the store. So we will not have right now, but we can say auth store, add this, and then like that. So now we can go and create the auth store type here at the top. So let's say type auth store, and let's specify what we will have inside. What do we need there? Well, first of all, we need to keep our user. So there are two ways of handling this. So you could either, when you need the user, go to a certain page and do a query to your backend saying that, oh, I need this user, please return it to me. And then you do a network request and you get it. But of course, it's not very good for performance and you need to wait for it. And sometimes user has like not that much information. So storing it in the auth store that's persistent is a lot easier. You get information instantly. You don't need to do any network requests. So it's a lot better. That's why we will store the whole user in here. And we will import from types our user type. So of course, if the user is not logged in, it can be null. It's okay if it's null when the user is not logged in. Then the next thing, what we will need to know is this user authenticated? So it's going to be a simple Boolean to keep track of, this very little flag, whether user is authenticated or not. And then we will need three functions. One is to log in. So when user is logging in, what we will ask is, well, in our case, we will ask for an email, which is going to be a string, and a password, which is going to be also a string. And what this will return is it will return a promise with void. So just like that. Then we will also need a register. So register is actually going to be very similar to logout, so we can copy it. The only thing that will be different is that we actually want to get the username of the user as well. So instead of having only email and password, we will ask for the username, which is going to be a string as well. So we have login and register. Well, the last thing that we will need is to log out. And for this one, it actually does not require anything as parameters, and it will simply return a void after the user is logged out. So now that we have this auth store types written, we can continue working on our store. So there is one more thing that we will need to do, because if you don't add the persistence to your store, every time you close the app or reload the app, you will lose all of the information from this global state. Sometimes you need that, but for the user, we need to persist this information and keep it in our mobile so that we know when the user is there or not. So what we will do is we will actually, let's first of all import it. Here at the top, we will import persist from Zustand middleware, as well as create JSON storage. And we'll soon see how we can use it. So here we say persist and we open up this bracket. In here, we will say that we have a setter and a getter. And then it's like a little bit of a more difficult boilerplate, but soon we'll be able to start working. So now we have this boilerplate, but it says that it got like 2 arguments, although it was expecting, it was expecting 2 arguments, but got 1. We will very soon fix this because persist, we need to create the actual storage for it. So how can we do it is have a comma here, object, and in here we give a name for our storage. So let's say auth storage. And also we need to add a storage type. So basically we will use create JSON storage. In here, open it up, and we will say use a sync storage from sync storage. Okay, so now we got rid of that error, but we do see this error. And of course, it's saying that you haven't typed all of this, but nothing here. So we need to start creating one by one the values. First of all, the initial value of the user is going to be null. Then the is authenticated is initially by default going to be false because user is not authenticated. Then we will need to have a login function. So the login function is going to be asynchronous. That's why we return a promise there. And as we said, it will ask for the email. Here, we can just copy email and a password here as strings. So what we can do, simply pass here email and password, and then say here is, well, we will add some logic later here, but for now, let's leave it like this. Then after the login, we also have register. It's also going to be asynchronous, and it will require almost the same things, a little bit different. So we have this, and then we'll add logic later. Lastly, we have the logout, and logout is going to be a little bit different. So we will make it, actually, yeah, it's also asynchronous, but it's not requiring any parameters. So what we could do is simply have it like this. And here, all the problems disappeared, all the type issues. So here is a little bit of a extra structure with persist and creating a storage. Usually, if you use it without persist, it's a little bit easier to create, but here's what we have for now, and it's good. So now, actually what I've noticed, because we're also using a sync function here, and we will use asynchronous operations, we actually are returning promise void. So we also need to make logout this type. So after saving, we can start working on our login, register, and all of that logic. So first of all, let's start with maybe with register, because we already think that's the common way of doing it. You register and then you log in. So for the register, we will use Supabase, and we will need to import our Supabase from lib Supabase. Import, and we will say we want the Supabase client from lib Supabase. Perfect. And now inside the register, we can start working on the logic. So the first thing that we will do is we will call the sign up and pass all of this information. Let's do that. Const, and of course we will need to take from that function the structure, the data, and also the error if we get it. So then we will say await. For this, we will call our Supabase that we just imported, but we will call the auth, and we will say from this auth, we want to sign up. In this sign up, we can pass all of the values that we want for our user to have. So it's going to be an email, a password, and lastly, for the username, it's a little bit different. So what we need to do is we need to say we're passing some extra options. Open the object. Inside that object, we will pass data, and again, open it up, and then we will pass the username of this user. So now after we do all of that, we need to check if there was an error, we need to catch it. Otherwise, we need to make sure that we add this user to our persistent storage. So the way to do it would be to wrap everything in a try catch block. So what we added here, we just cut it out and add it inside the try. So after this, we will have some more validation. If the data is there, so if we have new data, if in that data we have a user object and there was no error, that means we actually successfully created a new account and we can store it here after registration. So what we will do is we will say const new user, and we will create our new user based on this type. So it needs an ID, email, and a username. So let's open the new object, and in here specify that it will have an ID. The ID will be coming from a user, but actually let's make it a little bit easier to handle, and let's destructure the user from the data, because in here in this if statement we already know that we have the user in the data because we do this check. So it's going to be a little bit cleaner. And we can say the user, we will take its ID. Then for the email, again, we will take user and simply say .email. For the username, however, it's a little bit different because Supabase returns it in user metadata. So it's going to be this user metadata, and then we say it should be username. So right here. And here we have created our user object that we can basically matches this type, and we can store in our auth store. So how do you set or store this user here for the Zustand? Well, it's quite simple. We call this setter here. So we say set, and we pass the object that we want to set. So because we want to update a few things. So first of all, we want to update the user itself. So we can say user equals new user, but we also want to update whether user is authenticated or not. And of course, we know if we are here, the user is authenticated and it should be true. However, now we see some TypeScript errors that's saying that it's not assignable to type user. So in here, what we need to do is we need to say that this new user is of type user, Now for the email, it says that the email can be undefined, but we know that this email is actually always defined. So we can either add this exclamation mark saying that we know that this email exists, or how you could do is actually add some more extra validation here saying like, if email exists and ID from the user, then only create this object. But we do know that email will always be there, so we can add this exclamation mark. Usually it's not the best practice to add it here, so it depends how you want to handle. Okay, so now if we set everything, that means the try catch succeeded. However, if something failed, what we want to do is we want to throw this error and make sure that we are not allowing user to register. So now that we are working, I'm thinking like, this is authenticated flag is not really that necessary because we have the user here, but I think we can go with it because now it will be a lot of refactoring. So you can decide whichever way you want. This will be a lot easier to check everywhere. It's one flag. It's very clear, and your code base, it says, is the user authenticated or not? So it clearly portrays what we're trying to achieve there. So maybe it's even better. It's up to your design. I think I would leave it even in the production version. Now for the login. It's the same logic that we're having try catch, and actually pretty much is going to be very similar. The only thing is that we will call different. So let's destructure again data and error. Let's add it here, but we will call a different Supabase function, although it's going to be from Supabase.auth, but the function that we will call is sign in with, because you have different ways to sign in, but we will be signing in with password. So here we can expand and pass the email and the password from the user that we got here. So now that we have this, what we will do again, we will check whether we have the data, whether there is a user, and whether there is no error here. So let's add some spacing here. If everything is correct here, we will continue building our user object and setting it to our storage. So it's actually pretty similar that we had there. And again, for the error, if there's any errors, we will throw the error here. Perfect. So we have the login, we have the register part, and now the only thing that's left is actually sign out or log out. And it's going to be a little bit easier than everything. So we will here check only for the error, because if the user logged out, we don't really need to know any of his data and it will not return us that. So we will say Supabase Auth, and here we will simply say sign out here. It's one of the last ones. We call sign out, and that's it. What we will do now here is we will check if there is no error, then we will set the same as here. So we can actually even copy. We will set this user to null, as well as is authenticated to false, because user is no longer authenticated. And now we have the logout logic done as well. Perfect. So now let's see what's next. We can close the Zustand part and go back here. We set up the useAuth store, and now we actually can start working on login, register, and logout screens. So I'm thinking, yeah, probably first of all, we should implement them and only then do the protection of the routes. Okay, yes, let's do that. So now what we can do is implement this whole infrastructure that we've created of authentication in our project. So the first thing that we will do is actually, we need to restructure a little bit our folders. So let's close these that we don't use for now, so that it's a bit cleaner. So the way Expo Router works is we are navigating based on the file structure. So what we will do is we will create another folder inside this app, and we will call this auth. Then we also need one more folder that we will call protected. You might guess already what's happening here. In auth, we will keep all of our screens that we want the users to access without being authenticated. So they don't need to be logged in or registered so that they could access these files, folders, screens, whatever. However, in this protected, we want to keep all of the screens that are in protected inaccessible by the user that's not authenticated. And that means the tabs, we don't want any user to access any tabs without being authenticated. So let's move the tabs inside protected. Perfect. So that's already the first step. In the auth, well, let's think about what screens do we want to be accessible for the users that are not authenticated. Well, of course, first things first is login and register. For these two screens, we will want to have some sort of a wrapper around them to add some things that they share. So we already learned that for that we use layout. And then for protected, we are more or less keeping everything like it is now because we don't want to make any changes. However, this layout will stay here because we want to have this theme, and later on you'll see a little bit more setup here in everything that we have. So basically this layout will wrap auth folders and protected folders together. So everything that we put in here, these two will have basically. Perfect. So now let's keep on working on the auth files. First things first, we can create the layout because it's going to be quite easy and fast. So what we will do is we will say export default function, and we can call this auth layout. And in here, specify those screens that we created here below. So we have two, login and register. If you already remember how to do it, you can stop and do it. That's going to be a good practice. If not, let's just continue. So we'll say stack.screen. It's a self-closing tag. In here, we will again specify the name, for now only the name, which is going to be login. And of course, we will have register. So as we have here. For now, we will keep it like this, and I will simply save these because I know that we don't want to have the header for these screens. But yeah, let's maybe actually add it right away because we already seen how it works. So we can say screen options, and this is a bit different because we're not setting individually to hide the header, but here, because we know that all of the screens in this stack will not have the header, we can simply say that header shown is false for all of the screens. So basically screen options is going to be added for everything that you add here inside. And for now, let's keep this as it is. Then we can go to login and create this little boilerplate code, and then we can start on implementing the design. So let's do this again, export default function, and let's call this login. Here we will return a view for now and a text from React Native saying login. Perfect. So now we can copy this, go to register, and just paste it by changing some things. Okay, now that we saved, we can actually run our server because we will need to be creating the design and we want to see everything that we work on. So let's open the terminal here and run npx expo, where we can clear the cache of our server, go here and run the iOS. So now that we installed Zustand, it needs to install CocoaPods once again. So let's give it a couple of seconds. Okay, so the build finished. We have our app running. Everything is good. So now we need to set up a little bit of the logic. So now if the user opens up our app and it's not authenticated, we need to redirect him to our login screens. Well, to do that, we can go actually open the protected screen. We don't need the tabs now. Inside this protected, let's create a new layout file. So this layout will wrap everything that we add inside protected. So for now, it's only tabs, but later on we will add one more screen and it will wrap both of them. What we need to do here is again, create this app protected layout. So let's do export default function and let's call it, well, we can call it actually protected layout. And in here we will return once again, stack. And for now, there's only going to be one stack screen, which is this tabs. So if we do this, we can say the name is going to be tabs. It's exactly like the folder name. And actually, I think I'm just gonna save it and let me reload. You see again, the problem is that now we have this tabs header here. So what we should do is we need to pass options and then header shown should be false. If we save it, it disappeared. Perfect. For now, we have what we need. However, we didn't change any logic yet. Well, now we can start using our newly created auth store. So in here at the top, we can say const is authenticated, and then we can use the use auth store imported from the store's auth store. In here, we need to say which field do we need to use. So we can say here state and then have this arrow function and say that we need to get only, and actually you already get from the TypeScript some selections. So do you need to log in, log out, register to get a user? No, we simply need to know if the user is currently authenticated. So if you go down, we will say if user is not authenticated, what we need to do here is simply redirect this user. So it's important to return redirect from expo router, and we will be redirecting him to the login. So we need to pass the href, and then in a string, we will say go to login screen. So now if I save and reload, you can see that we are in the screen. However, the text is black, so you don't see it. Let me add white. And here it's hidden, so maybe even some margin top of 50 so that you could definitely see. Here is the login screen. And how this works is that when we launch our app, it goes inside this app directory, and it kind of like in a way goes through all the screens. It's looking for the index entry file. So it's looking for this index entry file. However, when it goes to the protected, it first of all loads this layout file. And in this layout file, he sees that basically if user is not authenticated, do not allow him to reach these screens. Simply redirect him to login screen. And then we go, that's why we go to the login screen, which is what we were exactly trying to achieve. However, if we wouldn't have that, it would go into these screens and keep on looking for the index file, because the index file is your entry file and basically what Expo router is trying to look for. If we had index here in the auth, it would never even go to this protected, even if we weren't authenticated, even if we didn't had this here. So for example, if we create in this auth index.esx and then maybe add some logic of this login here saying index in capital letters, and then we reload, you can see that it goes into index. And even if we have this commented out, because it's looking for the first index file. So it would go here, find the index file and load it right away. However, we do not have it here. That's why it goes here, doesn't find it, and then goes here, goes deeper. But here we will stop it with this is authenticated check. So once again, let's reload it and let's keep on working on the login screen design. So now what we can do is, first of all, here, add some styles to the whole container of our application. Basically, we'll say of our login screen. So we'll say styles.container. And of course, we will get some complaints because there's no styles for now. So let's create it underneath, as always, styles equals style sheet dot create. And then we'll have it here. Of course, from React Native, we need to import this style sheet. Perfect. So now we can add the container style and style our container. We will not have too many styles there. First of all, we will say flex1 to take up the full screen. We will need to have everything inside it in the center. So we will say justify content center. So you see it moved here. So now actually we don't even need this margin top. And then lastly, we will add some horizontal padding horizontal, because now it's too close to the edges. So something like 25 should work. Perfect. So now we can move on further. What we need to do is, as I see, add two texts. Welcome back and sign into your account. So let's have it here. Welcome back. And here we will have sign in to your account. We will have different styles for them. So let's create title style and also styles.subtitle. In here, let's add it again, title, and then also subtitle. Perfect. In this title, we will add a few styles to make it bolder, bigger. So let's start with first things first. Actually, let me save so that you could see it, and so that you could see it, we need to add some color, and that's a good place to start. Perfect. We see them. Now we can continue. First of all, I think the title needs to be way bigger. So font size, something around even, 32. That's good. Font weight should be bold. Then, of course, we need to align it in the center. And lastly, I think I want to have a little bit of margin between the title and subtitle. So maybe around 5. Perfect. So now subtitle. It should be bigger, but not too big. So let's have like 16, while 14 is the default. The color, I see I have here a different color. So maybe actually not white, but we can add this different color here. Again, it should be aligned in the middle, and see, it will have space from the inputs. So let's add some margin bottom, and actually quite heavy margin bottom of 45. Perfect. So now we have these styles. We can start working on the inputs. We already worked with them, so you can again try to implement it yourself if you want. So we have 1, 2 text inputs, which means we will need 2 states to keep track of this input. And we will have, it's going to be email and password. Yes, email, set email equals use state from React. By default, it's going to be empty. And then we can just duplicate it because here it's going to be password, set password. Initially, it's going to be empty as well. Now we can continue styling our inputs. So first of all, what we will need is to pass style, and the style is going to be styles.input. So same here. Actually, let me first of all then finish up one of them, and then I can just easier copy paste. So this one will have a placeholder, and we will say here email. Of course, we need to change the placeholder text color, and we will change it to, yeah, maybe let's do the same, something like this, a little bit darker. Then the value will be the value that we just created, which is email. Of course, in that case, we need to add onChange text, which is going to be set email. And keyboard, yeah, there's one thing that we can do. Like we can add keyboard type, and if you do this, you can see all of the different keyboard types. In here, because we're allowing users to enter their email address, we can see this, and they will have and more things right away for them, which is going to be a lot easier. So now let's style this input, because then you'll see what I'm trying to achieve here. So if I scroll here, I have this input, and here we can start the styling. Well, it's going to be quite a few. I see the background color. I have here my notes different. So it's going to be 1A, 1A, 1A. Let's save it. Yeah, let's add, first of all, some padding. I'm not sure how much, but I think that's pretty much good. Then for this, of course, we want to add some border radius. And for the border radius, I'm gonna make it a little bit, but not too much of it. So to round a little bit the corners. Then I will, because we will have 2 of these inputs, so maybe actually let's add already another one so that it would be easier to see. And let's change it. Password. Here we will have password, set password. And one difference is that keyboard type. And one difference here is that we'll not have a keyboard type. We'll have the default keyboard type, but we will add secure text entry. So basically we're saying that the input should hide whenever I'm typing. Oh, well, you don't see now, but you'll see later. It should hide my letters with the stars. So now we can continue with this. And of course, for the input, because they're right now basically glued together, I want to add some margin on the bottom. And it's going to be something around 15. I would also increase the font size a little bit to 16. Of course, I need to change the color to white or FFF. So yeah, here, well, it's not stars, but basically simple dots. And then I see that I also have here a little bit of a border width. So let's add border width of 1. And also, because now it wouldn't make sense, we can add this border color of 333. So now you can see it a little bit better. It's not necessary, but it's good to have. So now that we have this input, what we can continue working on is the button to log in. So once again, we will add touchable opacity, like this, touchable opacity. And in here, we can add the login, sign in, login, or whatever you want text. So we will add text. And we can say sign in. We will be able later on, actually, well, that's not that far, because we will be adding the handling of the login and all very, very soon. So we will be also adding a way of handling this button to disable it and change the text based on whether user is currently, like, we are logging him in, he's waiting or not. But for now, let's style it properly. So here we will have styles, and the style will be called a button. Here we will have a style, and we can call it button text. So if we go here once again, we can have button and button text. Perfect. So for this, we want this button to actually quite heavily stand out. So the background color will be, here I have it, FF0050. Okay, it's coming up. Of course, we will want to add some padding. So I think we can add something like 15 once again. Then we need border radius also. Let's add the same 10. And I think, oh, I see right away. One of the things is that we need to align all of the items in the center, not to have them here on the side. And I will add a little bit of margin top, like very small, maybe 5, to just separate them a little bit from the inputs. Perfect. So now we can style the text. For the text, I want it to be white, first of all. Did it? Yeah, see, something is wrong. So let's save it. Yes. I want to have it bigger. So maybe font weight of 16, the same as we had the input. And I'm not font weight, but font size. And also I will still change font weight to something like 600. Yeah, maybe we can even make this slightly bigger. Well, it depends. It's up to you. And lastly, we want to have under this button a text saying, well, if you don't have an account, please create here. So let's start with creating a view, and let's add the text, which will say here, don't have an account with a question mark. And then under here, we will have another text, which will say sign up. But this sign up will be basically pressable. So what we can do, and it will redirect user or navigate to another screen. So with Expo Router, we import link from Expo Router, and then we need to wrap this sign up with link. This link is already complaining because we are required to pass where it needs to navigate. So we are navigating to register screen because user does not have an account. So if I save, I will show you very soon what we need to change a little bit more, but let's add some styles to see them. First of all, we can add a footer. Then we can add here some like style. We will not have too much here, but we can say footer text. And for the sign up, we will have a little bit of a different, again, I made a mistake here, a little bit of a different text. So we can say styles.link text, maybe something like that. And let's go add all of these footer text, link text, footer text, and lastly, link. Perfect. So, okay, now for the footer, basically the container, what we want to do is, well, maybe let's add to this text for now, white color so that we could easily see how it's changing. So for the footer text, what I want to do them is I want to align them both in a row. So we will change the flex direction from column to row. Perfect. What I also want, I want to justify them, basically justify content, or to say in other words, align them in the center. And also I don't want it to be stuck to the top button, so I will have margin top, and I think it should have some quite a lot of it. So I will say 25. Now for the footer text, as I said, there won't be too many changes, but I want to maybe change the color to 999, the one that we used before, like a little bit darker. And I would also increase the font size to something like 15. And for the link text, we will have white text. However, we will have it with font weight, also 600, as well as font size, the same as this text. So it should stand out a little bit, but it shouldn't be too crazy. So now that we have this, if we click on the sign up, we will right away go to the register screen. And that's very good. Basically, that's exactly what we're trying to achieve. Okay, so now we see that we have the UI of our login screen done. Of course, I know you can make it way better, so feel free to adjust it the way you want. But what I want to do is now implement the login logic that we added to our auth store. So what we could do is we could say const login and then equal to use auth store. And as we already learned, we will take this state arrow and then state.login. So basically we take the function that we want to use. And well, I will definitely want to show user when is the login happening, basically the loading indicator. So we will add another state called isLoading. So set loading, and then we will say use state. And of course, it's going to be false by default. Here, we can actually add the types to have it even better. So it's going to be only string. This is going to be as well only string. And this is going to be only a Boolean. Perfect. So now we need to have a function that will run whenever this is pressed. So let's create on press, And here we can simply call it handle login. Up top here, we create this function, handle login. Of course, this function is going to be asynchronous because that's how we created our functions. And now here we will have a little bit of validation, but nothing too crazy. So we will say, if you can add even more if you want, but for us, we simply say if the email is not there, or if the password is not there, then we will simply say that, well, you need to provide something. So what we will do is we will say alert from React Native .alert, and we will say error maybe as a title. You can change it the way you want, but we'll say, please fill in all the fields. And then we will return, we will not allow the users to go further. However, if everything is provided the way we want, in a try catch, we will first of all set is loading to true so that we indicate the user that the login is initiated. Then we will await for this login function to finish. So of course, this login function, as you see right now, complains because it needs email and password as the arguments. So let's pass email and password here. So after this is done, if there is any errors, of course, we can catch them and throw an alert similar to this one. So saying alert, and of course, it's going to be a little bit different text here. Maybe we can say error and may login failed. Please try again. And finally, if everything is done, if everything is completed, well, or failed, either way, we will set loading to false. Either way, if it succeeds or fails, this finally will set it to false. So now we have our login as well done. And in here, you can see it. However, it's not gonna work now because in our auth store, inside the login, where is it? Here, we are calling sign in with password with this email. However, we don't have this user currently. Therefore, it's not gonna work. We don't have it in our database. And for that, we need to implement the register screen. So we can go to here, register, and we will start working on it. Okay, so now you can see that the login screen and register screen are kind of similar. So I see that there is one more thing that we need to do here, which is handle the is loading and do not allow user to constantly click this sign in button. So what we'll pass is disabled, and if it's loading, we will make this button disabled and not pressable. Otherwise, you are able to press. And we can make it even actually better and have it here something like is loading. If it's loading, we will return saying signing in. Otherwise, we will simply say sign in like this. So later on, we will see it in practice. And now for the register screen, we can see that they're very, very similar. And however, I would never encourage you while learning to copy paste this, let's say everything in register. But here you already have a lot to learn. And I want to make it this a little bit shorter, not do like 15 hours tutorial. So I will copy it here. However, for you, I would still suggest maybe even pausing and building that screen yourself. This is going to be very similar. So that's why we can even paste it and adjust a little bit. So first of all, what we need to adjust is here, register. So email, we will have it. Password, we will have it. There's one more thing that we need, which is username. So let's add it here, set username. Then is loading, we definitely need it. It's not going to be login anymore. It's going to be register. So we adjust this here to register. It's not handle login, but handle register. Here we will check also for username because let's make this mandatory. And please fill in all the fields. Now we set the loading. We will await for register. And let's see how we pass email, password, and then username at the end. So let's pass the username as well. We can say register failed. Please try again. And here we can just change our text. So here we will say create account. And here we will say sign up to get started. Sign up to get started. Perfect. Now for the text input, we will at the top keep the username, and these two we will have on the bottom. So let's do it this way. Here we will have username and here set username. For the input keyboard, I will keep it as the default one. Then we have the email, password, which is the same. Now we have the button, so it's no longer handle login, but handle register. This also has disabled, the same styles. However, here we will simply say creating an account, and here we will say create account. So we change this, and here we will change to already have an account, and here we will say sign in. Perfect. We didn't need it to do many changes. So if we go here, we can see that everything is set as we want. However, there is again one small issue with the keyword. So if I add it here, I'm not sure if this will be hidden. So this one is not hidden, but it might be if you have more inputs that something is hidden and you need to move it up. And we already actually solved this once. So here we will use keyboard avoiding view from React Native. Let's close it as well with keyboard avoiding view. Let's move this down here so that it would be easier to see. And for this keyboard avoiding view, what we need is we need to set the behavior based on the platform. So platform.os equals iOS. Then if it's iOS, we will make this padding. And otherwise, we can make this undefined, or sometimes you might, for Android, you might use height. So it depends, test it out. But yeah, sometimes the undefined or default works good. So then we actually need to do the same for the login. Let's go back, and I actually forgot to add this, but yeah, keyboard avoiding view. Let's move it here, fix it up a little bit, and then we set the behavior. Actually, we can copy it from register. It's going to complain about importing the platform, but we will do it like this. So now let's go to sign in. Maybe, oh, we didn't implement the navigation. So in the register, when you are here, we need to navigate to login, not register. Perfect. So now, yeah, it moves higher. You can type in whatever you want and everything is working. So now we can actually start testing our login and sign up. So let's go to sign up and let's create a new account. Let's say, actually, one more thing. Inside your project, if you go to authentication and then you go to sign in providers, here we need to do one thing. In production, you would keep this on 100%. However, we are testing out and we don't want to mess up our sending rate. So we will turn off, and users will not need to confirm their email address before they sign in for the first time. So let's save the changes, give it a couple of seconds, and then we can go to our project and continue. So we'll say lucas@mail.com and password. Yeah, let's just make this. And let's click create account. We've seen creating account and then it finished creating account. So let's see if there is anything created. If we go here, table editor, we refresh, and we can see that there is a new user created, which is username is correct, the ID is well created, everything is perfect. However, we are not for some reason redirected, and that is the case because in the auth layout, we don't have a way to protect users from accessing these screens. So they will always access them, which means we need to have a very similar logic to what we had in the protected screens, which is check for the authenticated user. So let's do it here. Const is authenticated equals use auth store, and we will take the state, and here we'll say state is authenticated. Let's go here. Now we will say if user is authenticated, then we can simply navigate them to the main screen. So redirect like this, and then we need to, of course, pass the href, and we can simply add this, and this will mean redirect them to the index screen. As you can see, after I saved it, we're right away here. And if I log in, restart, we're gonna get here because we keep that state of the logged in user inside our persistent state. So we never lose it unless we remove the app completely or clear the storage cache. So, okay, we have this done. Let's go to our guide and see what's next. We implemented the login and register screens. Now, in order to test the logout, we need to create a very simple profile, UI, and logic. So this is what I'm gonna go for. And inside the tabs, let's go to profile. Here, let me open the designs of what we're trying to go for. And yeah, I'm gonna have something very, very simple. In here in view, we will say styles.container, and let's create actually the style sheet right away. Style sheet like this, const styles equals style sheet dot create, and like this. So here the first one is going to be container. Perfect. Then I'm not gonna add yet the container styles because I want to add some text to see it. So first of all, I see that on the top we will say profile, and we will have it as a title. Let's say styles.title. Okay, so now that we have this, we can like work on this avatar. It's gonna be pretty similar to what we have here, just bigger. So let's, under this profile, add another view. Well, actually, I think we will keep in this view all of the information, and let's create another view only for the letter, basically. So inside this view, we will have a text, and then outside here, we will add the username inside another view. I mean, username and email. So let's add it like this. And yes, we will need another text. So sometimes like to have this boilerplate created and only then for easier components and only then start styling. But yeah, it really depends. So here we will say that it should be the first letter. So we already did this, but we need to get the user, the currently logged in user. And well, we have a very easy way of doing it from taking from our storage. So we will say user equals use auth store, again state, and what we need here is simply state.user. Of course, because this is a profile screen and we're going to be implementing the logout, so I also will right away add the logout state. So use auth store state, and then we have state.logout. Perfect. So now we can continue working. So here we will add the user dot, and we can already see what we have. So we'll take the email, char at, position 0, so the first letter, and we will also make it to uppercase. Perfect. So now we can actually go here, and we don't see anything because the styles are not added, but maybe let's do it right now, right away. So we'll say style equal styles.avatar text, and here maybe avatar container, styles.avatar container, and let's add it here as well. Maybe let's copy, it's gonna be faster. Avatar container and avatar text. So let's add the styles to what we currently have. Well, the first thing is maybe let's start with the title because it's going to be visible right away. So I will add the color of white, of course, and it's going to be white. Perfect, we see that. It should be definitely a lot bigger. So let's increase the font size to something like 24. I want to have it bold or bolder, but let's add full bold. Perfect. And of course, it should be in the center. So text align center. Okay, I think that's pretty much it for that. Then for the container itself, yeah, let me maybe add the avatar text and avatar container. So this should be an oval and circle. So let's add a width of 80, height of 80 as well. Let's start there. We can improve later. Border radius, because we want it to be a circle, we'll take half of this. So it's going to be 40. Background color, it should be white. Okay, and we already start seeing it there. And let's add avatar text to see better. Avatar text will be, I think let's do it fully black. So color black, and then we will make this bigger. So font size, I think it should be something very big, like 40 or something like that. Font weight, also bold. Perfect. Now it's not actually completely visible, so let's add align items center here. So now it's in the center. However, we need to also align it vertically in the center. So let's add justify content center as well. Now it's a lot better. So it's getting there. Now what we would do next is actually we can style the container, because first of all, I want to add some padding around all this sides, horizontally, vertically, on everything. And I want to add some gap between this profile, then the image, and later on, yeah, maybe the button as well. So let's add gap right away, and it should be something quite big. Yeah, for now, let's do this. Later, we can change it if we want. Okay, so now that we have this done, we can continue and actually add the styles to this whole container to align it in the middle, because currently it's floating on the left side, which is not what we want. So we will say styles.user_info. So let's copy this like this. And then here we can add the user info. Actually, there's not a lot, so we will add align items center in here. Perfect. And should we add some more gap, because later we will need it underneath here? For now, we can keep it like this. We'll see. Okay, so now that they're in the middle, we can actually start adding the username and user email information. So let's go here. The first one is going to be username. Yes. So styles username, and then second one is email. Perfect. Let's copy this one like this, and then let's copy email as well like this. So for these, let's see what we will need. So definitely bigger font. So font size 25, and you don't see it. So let me actually make the color. As I see, this one is white, but the email is going to be a little bit darker. And then we will also align in the center the text. Have I missed something? Wait, why we don't see it? Oh, okay. I did not add any information here. So that's why sometimes boilerplate is not that good. So what we need is we will need user.username and also user.email. So user.email. Perfect. If we save it, now we do see them. Okay. And I right away see that we definitely need some gap. So gap 20. Yeah, maybe something like this. Then for the email, we will have pretty much the same. I do want to change the color, maybe actually even smaller. So font size is 14, and then color is going to be, yeah, let's use the 999 that we used before, a little bit darker. No, I want a bigger font size, maybe because 14 is the default. So 16, that's more or less, I think, good. Yeah, we don't need to do too much here. So then we need finally a logout button. So what we will do is here create touchable opacity from React Native. And in here we simply have a text saying log out. So this touchable opacity will have a style equals styles.logout button. And maybe here style equal styles.logout text. Let's add these styles here. This one as well. And then what we can do, also we will need, of course, on press. So on logout, something like this. We need to create this function const on logout pressed. It's going to be asynchronous, so I will add it in a second. Async. Perfect. So now let's add the styles for the logout button and the text. The logout button will be bigger, first of all, but will also have a background color of the same as we used there. I think it's the same, which is F4444, maybe a bit different. So it will have the padding of like we did there, 15, then border radius 10. Let's follow the same design. We could even pre-create this button, but it's okay. Of course, align all the items in the center. Perfect. So now for the logo text, we're gonna keep it simple, color white. Of course, definitely font size a lot bigger, so something around 20, that's good. And let's make it a little bit bolder, maybe something like 600. Yeah, that's gonna be good enough. So the designs are done. Let's simply implement the logout function. So what we will do is there's a few ways. Maybe let's add a pop-out, like pop-up saying, are you sure you want to log out? And we can do it actually with alert. We already use this. So first of all, we will pass the title. Then we will pass the kind of subtitle, something like, are you sure you want to log out? And then we can pass buttons, basically. So we will have two buttons, one and then two. The first one will have a text of cancel, and we can even pass the styles to these. So basically it will have a cancel style. Later you'll see the changes. Then for the other one, it will say text logout, and then the style will be destructive. So here are the options, destructive. But for this one, because cancel, it already by default closes the pop-up. But for this one, we can pass on press event and say what he needs to do when the button is pressed. So we can say simply log out, or we could even have another function, something like handle logout, like we did there, which is going to be this in that asynchronous. And then here we will say try catch, basically try to log out, and basically have it the same as we do have here with the loading, with everything, but I'm not sure if it makes too much sense to overcomplicate it here. So we can keep it simple like this. So let's save it. If you click the logout, so here are the cancel and destructive designs. So if we cancel, it turns off. However, if we click logout, we are back here. So now we can try to log in, lucas@mail.com. We already created this account, so let's paste it, sign in. And after signing in, we are in our application and everything seems to be working, which means we're handling the whole authentication part very well. Everything is working and I don't see any problems, which leads us to the next part, which is database. So we need to create our database and tables so that we could store posts, comments, and as your homework later, likes as well. So let's go back to our Supabase project, go to table editor, and in here click on a new table. In here we need to provide a table name. So for us, we're gonna call it posts. You can optionally provide some description for this table, and you must keep enable row level security as enabled, because later we will add these security policies and they're a must in order to protect your database. Now we can go to the part where you see columns. So the first one we can keep as the default because that's what we want. Created at also default. And then for the third one, we can click add column. The third one is going to be a description for us. It's going to be of type text, and it really depends if you want to make it nullable or not. For us, we'll always ask for a description. It depends on your design, but yeah, it doesn't change much for this tutorial. Now, the next thing is every post will have a user ID associated with it. So after creating a new column, let's click on this one. Let's select from the public schema, go here and select from public profiles. Then in here, what we need to select is that user ID has a reference to public profiles ID key. So basically we select this one. And then in here, we can select what happens if, for example, reference row is removed. So you can do cascade, which is updating a record, will also update any record that reference it. Or you can do restrict, which is updating the record, will not update the reference. But I think let's leave as cascade so that it removes everything that's associated with it. Updated with it. So here is the removed part, which is we also want to make it cascade so that if user is removed, we remove his posts as well. After selecting that, let's click save. And we will have this created. Let's go here and make sure that you unclick this nullable because user ID cannot be nullable. It's a must to have. Then lastly, what we will also have is we will need to have video URL. So every video will have a video URL, right? So in here, what we need to select is simply a text. So this URL will be a text and it cannot be null. So if you scroll a bit more down, you will see the foreign keys that you created. So for example, here it says foreign key relation to public profiles. User ID has a connection with public profiles.id. This is what we actually want. So let's keep that and let's click save. Now it will take a few seconds to create this table and add all of the columns there. So let's wait a bit. Perfect. We can see that we have here posts table with ID, description, user ID, video URL, and also created at timestamp. So we also want to create one more table called comments. We will keep the row level security on. And here we will have, again, the first one, we're going to keep the default one, second as well. But for the third one, we will add user ID because every comment will have a user ID attached to it. So let's go to profiles, user ID with ID. And again, user is removed, we will remove all of these or update. So let's click save and then add another one. So every comment will also have a post ID. So let's do the same, but now we will select a post table and here we will select the post ID as well. So let's do the same. If it's removed or updated, we will do it the same. So let's save it. And lastly, we need to actually store the comment itself, what was commented. So it's going to be a simple text. And of course, we need to remove the null from all of these because they are required. So after that, we can scroll a bit further and once again, see all the relationships. So user ID will have a relationship with public profiles ID, and post ID will have a relationship with public posts ID. So we can save this as well and give it a couple of seconds. Perfect. We can see that it's also created here. So now let's start by adding these security measurements. Because if you go to profiles and go to RLS policies, we can see that they're already done for you because that's how we created it with SQL editor, a quick start, user management quick start to be exact. So let's go to the table editor. And actually, yeah, if you go here to database, you can see here the relationship between your tables. So that's that. Okay, so let's go to table editor, posts, and click here, add RLS policy. So now in here, what we need to do is simply click create policy. Here you have some pre-done templates, so you can choose one of them, but we will do everything by ourselves. So here we need to give quite a thorough name, which is going to be authenticated user can insert posts. We will do it on the table public posts. We will keep the policy behavior as permissive, and we will select that we are right now doing for insert clause because here that's what we chose. Then the target roles is going to be authenticated. And here we need to provide what check it needs to run. So we'll say select, then we will take from the auth UID as UID, and then we need to simply say equals to user ID. Now, if we click save, everything is going to be saved and only the authenticated user will be able to insert new posts. However, we need to add a few more policies because, okay, so who can view these videos? Like maybe anybody, maybe only authenticated users. So let's click create policy because we want to allow only authenticated users to view the videos. We will allow for that. Otherwise, you can make it like basically for everybody. So publicly available. We'll say authenticated users can view videos or posts rather. It's going to be permissive. Now it's select. And of course, as I said, we're doing it for authenticator. This here, we simply need to add true. So basically saying only authenticated users can view and save the policy. Perfect. Let's add another one for what happens when you're trying to, let's say, delete the policy, right? So we have it here, authenticated user, or actually not authenticated, not any authenticated user, but only the owner can delete posts. So we will have it on public post, permissive. Here it's going to be delete, again, authenticated, but this using is going to be similar to the first one. So we will say select auth.uid as UID equals user ID. And basically that's how we say only the currently like owner can delete his post. So we save the policy. And lastly, there's only one left. We can say owner can update posts. So this one is also going to be quite similar. We'll say update authenticated, but here we have using and with check. So we'll need to add both of the times, the same line of code, basically. Select auth.uid, and in here, again, as UID equals user ID. So in order not to repeat myself, I'm just gonna copy it and paste it here. So we'll say authenticated, update, permissive, perfect. We save it, and here we've created all of the rules for our posts. Actually, for the comments, it's going to be pretty much the same. So we can do it very quickly. And okay, so we'll say here, authenticated user can insert comments, authenticated. So we'll have the same here. We can paste it, save policy. Then we will have one more for authenticated user can view comments. We'll have permissive. So it's now select authenticated, but any authenticated can view, not me, for example, not the owner of the comment. So we will simply say true here and save the policy. Then we will need another one for owner can delete comment, permissive delete. Here we will have this, and of course authenticated, save policy. And lastly, we will need to have owner can update the comment, permissive update, and we will have here this and authenticated. Perfect. Let's save it. And now we have all of the rules for these. With these rules, you can use either the templates here that you have, there's quite a few of them, or you can use any AI tool to help you create them. So just say that you're creating an RLS policy for certain table on Supabase, and then you say what you want to have. So for example, I want to allow all of the users to view any comment, and then you will see it will give you the correct rules. So okay, what's next? Let's go to our guide and see. So we created database tables, we set up the RLS policies, and now it's time to set up the storage, because currently we don't have any storage, and if the user is trying to add something like a video, we are not really able to allow user to do that. So what we will do is go back here, and in here we will go to storage. In the storage, what we'll need to do is we will need to create a new bucket. We will call this bucket videos because that's what we are actually doing. And we will say we want the standard bucket compatible with S3. This bucket will be a public one. So public buckets, as it says here, are not protected, but yeah, it's good for us. And everything else, we will keep it on default because we don't need to restrict the file size or restrict MIME types. So let's click create, and we successfully managed to create our storage. But inside the policies, we will set a few policies for our buckets. So very similarly to what we did before, in here, if you click on new policy, you can either get started quickly, so create from a template, or full customization. We'll go for full customization, but it's going to be quite similar. So what we'll do here is we will say that policy name can be allow authenticated users to upload videos. So we will allow only authenticated users to upload. So what we select here is insert, because we're uploading. For the target roles, we will select again authenticated because we're allowing only authenticated users. And for the bucket ID, we will have a little bit different. So if you go here for the storage, we will have a few policies here, and you can copy them and paste. Actually, that's what I'm gonna do. So I will copy this one. And in here, instead of saying simply bucket ID equals videos, I will say that bucket ID should be videos and the user should be basically authenticated. And yeah, we will keep it like this. We will click review, and this is what you will see. We will click save policy. It is successfully added. Then we will need a few more policies. The other one is going to be deleting the videos. So add here, full customization, authenticated user can delete videos. And actually we can say can delete their own videos. So here we will select delete. Again, we will select here authenticated. And then for the rules, we'll go back here and we will copy the delete one. So let's go here, select everything, paste it in, and then click review, save policy. Lastly, we need one more policy for viewing the videos. So this one we select that, yeah, I think only the same as we did, authenticated user can view videos. So we will say select and then authenticated, and then we have it here. It's a little bit simpler. Actually, you can leave it like this, or you can add some types. So we'll click review, save policy. And after that's done, we have our policies set correctly. So just to quickly recap a little bit of what we've done here is, for example, we can go to this policy, and in this expression, what are we saying is that, first of all, the bucket ID must match the name videos. We're only allowing to access videos bucket. And also the user ID must be in the folder's name. So for example, you're only able to, in this case, delete your videos or here upload new videos only when the folder name in here matches the user ID. So it will be something like videos, because that's the bucket name, slash user ID slash your video name.mp4. And if you're trying to upload to some other bucket, some other folder, you're gonna be rejected because, well, it does not match your ID of the currently authenticated user. So that's roughly the idea of how these policies will work. And well, we're pretty much done here. Now we can continue and see what's next for us. If we go back to our guide, we can see that the next thing that we need to work on is actually implementing the requests to our backend. And for that, I will use TanStack Query. I always use it. I really like it. And in my opinion, it's quite powerful. So let's go to the website, docs. Let's go to installation. Here you can select your framework and version. And then we can start the installation. So actually, the only thing you need to install is this. So we can copy it, go back to our project, open the terminal. We can for now stop our server and run the command npx expo install TanStack/React Query. Let's click enter and wait a little bit for the library to be installed. I see that it's done. So now we can work on the setup. So actually, I will follow again my own documentation. If you want, you can here read on the quick start, how to use it, but I'll show you everything that you need to know still. So let's close this one for now. And actually the only thing for the setup to be complete, what we need is to wrap our application with a query client provider. So we need to do it at the top level of our application, which means we will do it in the main root layout. So for now, let's close the terminal. And in this root layout, what we will need to do is first of all, import a few things. The first one that we will import is query client and then query client provider. After importing these, we need to wrap our application with this query client provider. But before that, let's create this new query client. So what we will do here is create const query client equals new query client. After this, we can go here and under the theme provider, let's wrap our application with query client provider. You will see this warning error because we need to pass the actual client to it. So we'll say client and pass this query client. And to be honest, that's it for this setup. We are good to go and we can start using TanStack Query, which is going to help us and simplify a lot of the things. So before starting to go and do these tasks, let's close all of these tabs because now it's getting a little bit out of hands and we want to clean it up a little bit so that we could work easier, and we like when it's clean, right? So the first thing that we'll do, if we go to our documentation or guide, we need to create a new file called services/posts. And this file will contain all of the main service logic so that we don't expand our components too much and don't keep too much logic in there, as well as making it unclean. You could do it without this services folder or files, but this will make our application a lot cleaner, and that's better if you're following best practices. So let's create a new folder inside source and let's call it services. And inside these services, we will need to create a service file. So for now, we will work with posts. So let's do post ts. And here we can start actually creating these service functions. So if we go to our guide, we can see that the first thing that we will, well, here it says create new post, but I think it would be better to do the fetching of the posts first because it's fetching is a bit easier than doing mutations. So let's do the fetch. So here what we will do is we will export a new function. So export const, and we will give it the name. So let's say it's simply fetch posts. Of course, this function is going to be asynchronous. And then we can open the arrow function and here define all of the logic. So because we will be using Supabase to do the queries, we need to import it here at the top. So let's do import Supabase from library Supabase. Perfect. And here we can start building our function. So the first thing that we will say is that we want to destructure data from await Supabase Then we will say from which table do we want to take this data, which in our case is posts. And now we need to say what kind of information do we need to get. So the first thing that we will say is we need to get all of the columns from the main table that we are querying, in which case is post for us. Then, because we need to get a user that posted this post, we have a foreign table joined with an alias. So in this case, how we can do it, we will say we want to have an alias name of user. We will, this user is related or joined via foreign key in profiles table. And we want to return also all of the columns in users or profiles in this case. Then we also want to get the number of comments. So what we could do is we can say number of comments, and we don't want to get everything. We don't want to get all of the columns. We only want to get the count. So then we will say from the comments table, and instead of having here a star, we will say just return the count. You would do the same for the likes. So whenever, if you're trying to do it on your own later on, it's actually gonna look pretty much the same, only changing the names. So after writing this select, we also want to order them correctly so that the latest ones are always on the top. So we will say, let's add order. And here we need to tell how we're ordering them. So we will say, we want to order them on created at, and then simply whether it's ascending or descending. So we will say ascending, true. So we want to order them ascending. Now it's getting a little bit out of hands. So let's clean it up like this. And lastly, what we want to say is to throw on error. So basically, if there's an error with this query, just throw an error, will automatically reject it by, well, you guessed it, throwing an error. So after building this, we can go further and simply return this data because we got it. So we will do return data. Perfect. Now that we have our fetch posts service function, we can go and actually add it and make this request. So what we will do is we will go to our homepage, which is in protected tabs index. And here we can start working on adding this query. So it's actually pretty easy. And because we installed TanStack Query, it simplifies us a lot of the things. So that's what we are actually gonna do here. At the top, simply say const. We want to, again, get the data is loading. So we want to know if the fetching is currently loading or if we already got it. And also we want to get something like if there's an error. And then we will say use query from TanStack/React query. So we'll say use query. And then here we need to pass some logic of basically what function to run. And also very important, the query key. And later on, we will learn why we need this query key, but mainly it's for caching. And then later on, we will also use these keys to refetch our queries after something happens. So we will give it a name to our query. And in this case, I think a good name will be simply post key name. And then lastly, we will simply need to pass the query function that needs to be executed. So the query function is going to be our recently created service function, which we named fetch posts. And it should be imported from services/posts. So now that we have this logic, we can actually start using and adjusting our flat list to use the real data. However, we also need to handle the cases when the query is loading while we're still doing the network request or when there is an error thrown. So what we will do is after this, we can simply say, if it's still loading, we will return some sort of a loading indicator, and it really depends what you want to do. You can have something very cool. I think we're going to use simply activity indicator. That's good enough for us. We can set the size of it to be large. And also, if you want, you can add some styles to display it in the middle, so in the center. That's what I'm going to do. And I will do it in line, so flex 1, and also justify content in the center. Perfect. So now that we have this, we can maybe clean it up a little bit here, so to make it look nicer. Now we need to also handle what happens if there's an error. So let's say if error, and then let's return something in here. So we will simply return a view and a text saying error occurred while fetching the posts, something like this. We will also align it in the center. So we'll say flex1, justify content center. And for the text, we'll give a little bit of styles, nothing too crazy. We can say, well, of course, color, white, then maybe font weight to be bold. Then let's align the text in the center. And lastly, let's increase a little bit, maybe the size of the text. Once again, let's clean it up slightly. Well, structure, maybe that's the right word. And here as well. Perfect. Now we can save. And actually, we can change now in the flat list to use our data that we've actually returned instead of using the mocked posts. So we can say here, either display data or an empty array. Let's save it. And of course, for now, it's going to be blank because, well, we don't have any data in our database for the videos, right? Which makes sense. So let's go to the top and remove this mock data because we will no longer use it. And let's continue implementing a possibility to add new posts. So if we go to our guide, now we can go back to creating new posts. So here, let's go to our post services and in here create few more functions that will handle to create a new post. So the first thing that we will do is we will simply add export const and let's say create new post or create post. It depends. It's going to be asynchronous. And then let's open up the arrow function and start writing inside what we need to do. So the first thing is, once again, we take the data. Here we will also take the error because here we can actually throw the error inside this function. So let's see how to do that. So we'll say await Supabase. And now we'll say once again, very similarly to which table are you importing? So we'll say from posts, but here we don't need to have any select. We just need to provide what are we inserting. So we will say insert, and here we will pass the post, the new post that we will get in the parameters. So let's add here new post, and this new post will have a little bit different structure than we had for the posts because we will have post input. For example, we are doing this because we don't need actually the video ID. Well, it's created automatically. We do need the URL, description, and user ID. We don't need the actual full user object. And you can see like why we definitely don't set the likes, comments, and shares by ourselves. So that's why the post input has a completely separate type. So let's add it here, post input from types. And in here, we will say, this is the new post that we are trying to add and simply throw on error. Once again, it looks a lot better if we restructure it slightly. And then here, what we can do is underneath, we can say, if there is an error, please simply throw here that error like this. Otherwise, return data. So return whatever you've inserted. Perfect. Now we can save this. But there's a slight problem. Currently, we are creating a new post, but we need to upload our video that we've recorded or selected from our gallery to the storage that we created in the Supabase first, because that's where we will actually keep our videos in this storage. So how can we do that? Well, let's create once again another function called export const, and here we will say upload video to storage, simply upload video to storage. Perfect. So we will again follow a very similar pattern. It's going to be asynchronous. Let's open it up and in here we'll start defining. However, we will need to also receive some properties. And in this case, we will create our types here at the top. So in here, let's simply say storage props. We will call it storage input. So now let's go here to the top and create this storage input type. So it's going to be type storage input. And what do we need to receive? Well, the first thing that we will need to receive is the file name. So let's have it like this, file name. File name is going to be a simple string, so there's nothing crazy here. Then we can also ask for file extension. So like this, it's also going to be a string. It depends if you're asking for extension or not based on your approach. But in our case, we will ask for extension because, well, it might be different and we will separate it. And lastly, we will ask for the actual file buffer, which is going to be a unit 8 array. So this is unit 8 array. This is going to be our actual, well, video. So let's save it and go to the function to implement the logic of it. It's going to be a little bit, well, different, but I will explain everything as we go. First of all, let's, from the storage props, to make it easier for us to work with, export everything like file name, file extension, and also file buffer from storage props. And now let's start creating the Supabase function to upload our video to the video storage. So what we will do is we will say const, we will take the data, and more importantly, we will take the error, the structure. Then we can say await Supabase, and here where is a little bit different. Here we are no longer doing from or whatever, we're saying supabase.storage, and only then we say that to which storage we are uploading. So we called our storage videos, and then what we can do is we can say dot upload, and here we need to pass all of that information. So before doing that, maybe let's clean it up once again, restructure a little bit nicer, and here start defining what we're uploading. So first of all, we will have a file name with file buffer, and then we can also say like we can also define the content type. So how can we do that is open up extra options, file options, and we will say content type is going to be of video slash, and then we will pass the extension. So it's going to be like this, file extension. We need this $sign in order to add our own dynamic data inside a string, and it's very important to add these quotes as well, which are under the escape, those weird, I'm not exactly sure how they're called correctly. So now with this, we're uploading our video to the videos storage. Underneath here, we can also handle the error. So for example, if it did not succeed, the uploading, we will throw an error. Perfect. So now the next thing that we need to do is, after uploading it to the storage, we need to get the public URL so that we could take this URL and add it inside here. If we go to table editor and posts, we need to have this video URL here so that when users are fetching the posts, we get this video URL. So let's do that. When after the uploading was successful, we will do const data, and now we cannot have two datas here, it's here and here. We will rename it. So we will say simply URL data. We will not need here to do await, so we can simply do supabase dot storage. Then we will say from which bucket, so we will say from videos bucket. And lastly, here what we can say is simply get public URL of the particular file name that we will pass here. So now it will simply return us the file URL of the video that we just created, just uploaded, if it actually uploaded successfully. And then what we can do here is simply return URL data dot public URL. So now with this function, we will get the public URL that we will be passing here to this create posts in a few seconds from new posts function. So we will very soon have everything working nicely. Let's restructure it a little bit like this. And now we actually have this whole logic of service logic of uploading a new video, a new post complete. So now what we need to do is actually add this whole logic to the new posts function that we've had here for so long. This post video function is going to be quite simple, so we can skip it for now for a little bit, because the most important part in here is going to be actually adding the mutation with TanStack Query. So under these permissions, let's create this mutation of ours. So let's say const, then we can say we will mutate, but you could leave simply mutate, but it's a little bit vague. You don't know what actual function are you running. So we will say create new. Then we will be also taking one more thing, one more value, which is pending. It's similar to is loading. However, this is for mutations. We need to know whether it's still trying to insert it, trying to make the logic, or do we already have the results? So instead of having use query here, we will use mutation, and it's going to be a little bit different. So let's open up the use mutation, and here, first of all, what we need to do is we need to pass mutation function. So the function is going to be asynchronous in our case, and we will be required to get the video itself and also the description. So here we also need to provide the type. So it's gonna be easier to provide them inline. However, if you learn to have them here at the top, you can also do that. Or another approach is going to be doing video is going to be a string, as well as description is going to be a string as well. It's now not liking it because we did not finish everything until the end. But if you do here like this and then open up the function itself, it's gonna stop complaining because here we are providing the types correctly. However, we can also extract them here at the top and provide like we used to before. So other than mutation function, what we'll need also here is what will happen on success. So for example, if the mutation was successful, if we imported everything in the storage and created a new record in our database, what will happen in that case? And also lastly, another case is what will happen if there was an error and we were not able to successfully do anything. So let's first of all do the error because it's very easy. In our case, we will simply throw an alert saying that there was an error and please try again. Error. And here we can say simply something went wrong, try again. Perfect. So now on mutation function, it's going to be a little bit more complicated, but nothing too crazy. Because we need to, if you remember, get a few things. The first thing we need to get is file extension. So to get a file extension from the video that we either uploaded or recorded, we will take the last part after the dot. So how can we do that is we can simply split the video URL and we will split it on the dot. And then we can say that we are simply popping and taking that part, the last part after the dot. Or worst case, if there is nothing, we will simply default it to MP4. Okay, so now that we have this, we will need to also get the file name. And if you remember, it's quite important to get it right because based on the file name and the user ID, we will either allow him to upload to this bucket or not. So let's open up these quotes under the escape button again. And now we will need to also get some information about the currently logged in user, like its ID. So what we can do is we can take it from the use auth store. So we will say user equals use auth store. And in here we will say state, give me state.user. Perfect. Now in here, what we can do is open up this JavaScript expression and say, give me the user and its ID. That's good. So now that we have the ID, we will also, to make it a little bit more unique, let's open up again a new JavaScript expression and say that we need to take the date of now. So basically the timestamp of the current milliseconds, well, as it says here, elapsed since midnight of January 1st, 1970. So we will have this. And then lastly, at the end, what we can add is one more file extension. So we will either add the file extension that was added here or MP4, and this is going to be our file name. Perfect. We have that. Now we can start working with the actual file and creating the file buffer with the unit8 array. So how can we do that? First of all, we will say const file equals, and we will use the file system from expo file system. So we can do equals file system dot file. And then in here, we need to pass the URL, the file. So now it's complaining a little bit because we need to, of course, import it. So how to import it? At the top, we'll say import everything as file system from, and it's, I think it's simply called expo file system, like that. So yes, it's no longer complaining. So now that we have this file, we can create the file buffer. So let's say file buffer equals, and it's actually very easy. We will say await. We'll call this file and simply say return me in bytes. As you can see, it returns a promise that resolves with the content of the file as unit8 array. So that's exactly what we need, unit8 array. So now we have our file unit8 array that we can pass and upload to storage. So now we need to get the video URL with this upload video to storage. So actually the better name maybe would be simply video URL. And here we need to call this function. So we will say await upload video to storage, and we will import it from services posts. And to this upload video to storage, we need to pass a few things. The first one, if you remember, and actually you can even go back to double check what we need here. So it's file name, file extension, and file buffer. So let's start with the file name. Let's add the file name. Then we will also need to pass the file extension as we talked. And lastly, we will pass the file buffer. So now it's no longer complaining because we're passing everything that we need. And in here, if this succeeded, if there's no errors thrown in our services here, it was uploaded correctly, we will call await. And then another function from the services that posts, which is create post. It was important here. And in here, we need to pass, well, again, a few more things. The first one being video URL. So now that we have this video URL, we can pass it like this. Then we also need to pass the description. And lastly, we will need to provide the user who made this upload. So it's going to be user ID, and the user ID, well, we can get it from user.id. So now we see that this is complaining. And to resolve this, what we can do is we can say if user exists, then we can call this create post function as well. So to make it even better, probably we can add this one here as well. So basically we need to have the user in order to upload it and create a new post. Perfect. So now that we have all of this mutation, well, ready, we need to simply handle the last case. What happens when we upload successfully the new post? For this, I think I can show you what happens if we don't have that, and then we can go back. So yeah, let's first of all implement fully the, where is that function? The post video function, that old function that we created and it was empty. So in here, we actually will not have that much of logic. So first of all, we will check if we have the video URL set, because that's very important. If we don't have it, we will simply throw an alert saying error, no video selected, something like this. And then we can simply return in order not to go deeper. Otherwise, if everything is correct, we will call the create new post, and we will call this create new post with video, because if you scroll here, it expects to get this mutation, expects to get a video and a description. So what we will do here is we will pass this video and description that we've defined here as a state at the top. Now it's no longer complaining, it's working, and we can, well, actually, we're not sure if it's working, but we can test it out. So in our application, let's click on new post. Let's select something from the gallery. So for example, this video, let's click choose. Let's add hello and post this video. So now, because we don't have any like on success handles, nothing is happening. We didn't change anything. But if we go back to our posts database, we can actually see our first post with hello description and the video URL in here. So we can see actually if the upload was successful to videos bucket, and it was actually successful. As you can see here, we have the user ID that uploaded this video, and in this folder we will keep all of his videos that he will upload. If there will be another user uploading a new video, we will create a new folder for him, and he will be uploading to his own folder. And well, in that case, he's only able to remove it also from only his own folder. So if we go to table editor back, because we'll be uploading, well, more things here, you can see that the ID matches. And then we can go here and handle what happens when the upload was successful, because we need to somehow show it on our UI that everything was successful. So here, what we will do is, first of all, we will release the video player. We already seen this. And actually this video player is below. So let's move this higher somewhere here, like this. So now we will be releasing this video player with whatever URL it had. Then what we will also do is we will set the description to an empty array, because that means we've uploaded. We don't no longer need to keep the state of it. Same for the video. And when we set the video to an empty string or whatever, it's going to go back to the camera upload, because if you remember down here, we have a logic that if we have a video, we will render this recorded video. Otherwise, we will render the camera. So when we set it to empty, it will automatically remove this and show the uploading part. And the last thing that we need to handle here is actually to navigate somewhere after the upload. So we will simply say navigate and replace everything. So meaning like replace the previous screens, we will do navigate to the home screen. So now if we save it and try to do it again, like this, upload, and let's say choose, we'll say new video. We will post this. and we will go to the home screen. However, if we go to our database, we see this new video, but in here, we don't see anything yet. And this happens because of one more thing that we need to add in unsuccess. So whenever we successfully import a new video, we need to refetch these queries and invalidate them. So basically, so that they get the latest information. To do that, here somewhere at the top, I'm not sure, we can make it maybe here, we need to create a const query client, and we need to use our query client like this. So basically, we're taking the instance of the query client that we've created, and then simply in here say query client dot invalidate queries. So in here we need to pass what queries do we need to invalidate, and which exactly query keys, to be more exact. So we will say query key, and if you remember in the index here we gave a query key of posts, so we can simply copy this, come back here and say invalidate posts query after it's successfully created a new post. And this query client, just to make sure that you understand, this query client was imported from TanStack/React Query. So now if we save and go try to upload once again something like this and saying uploading once again, let's post this, and okay, cannot convert identified value to object. So here we got a little error, and we can open up our terminal to see where the error actually came from. And here we can see that it says cannot convert undefined value to object. And it kind of already shows us the correct place where the error is coming from, and which is this number of likes. So let's go to, and if you scroll even further, you can see where is it coming. Well, it starts coming from post list item, and then in post list item, it's this part. So let's go to components, post list item. Let's close this one. And in here, well, because we don't really have number of likes, we can't display it like this because we're trying to access this, but we are not even fetching them from post item. So what we will need to do is, in this case, leave a 0 here, same for the number of shares, because we're not even querying them. And it can be a homework for you to implement them because they're going to be very, very similar to number of comments, which we will add in a couple of seconds. Maybe even a little bit easier, for example, the liking to do. So after saving that, we can see that the videos are here. So let's just try to do it one more time. Let's say new video, upload it here, and after crash fix, and then we do a post. If we go back, if we scroll to the bottom, we see that it appeared here. However, it's not ordered correctly. So if we go to services.posts, one little mistake I've done is I said that we need to return in ascending order. However, we actually want to have them in descending order. So now if we reload, we will have this here at the top. So one last test, let's do it here. Let's say choose one last test, and then we do a post. And here we see the latest video at the top, which is, well, exactly what we want. If we go to our database, we'll see a list of uploaded videos the way we actually want them to see. So now let's go to the guide and see what else do we need to work on. So we've implemented the fetching of the post, the creating, refetching the queries. Now, one more thing that is very important in list-based applications, which in our case is very true because we're fetching a lot of data at one time. And imagine if you would have 1,000 videos and would fetch everything at once. Well, that would be a disaster. We need to implement a pagination, which is basically saying that we will be returning only as much data as we need at one time and adding it if the user is scrolling and actually requesting for more data. So to do that, we will need to slightly adjust our fetch posts logic here, as well as in the index, how we are handling this whole pagination. So let's start by adjusting this fetch post. The first thing that we will need to do is we will need to get some parameters from the feed. We will need to get some parameters from our feed. So let's say something like page params. And these page parameters, we can say that will be of type pagination input. Here we can also create here at the top pagination input because we already had the storage input. So let's keep everything in one place. However, if you would really want, you can also move it in types. I'm just keeping them here to keep them closer to the source so that we can easily see what type we need here. So for this one, what we will need is we will need a cursor. And cursor is going to be optional because, well, we will not every time pass it, and a string, as well as a limit of how many posts to fetch right now. So it's also going to be optional. And the cursor, what this does is basically it's getting and showing us the ID of the last video that we're trying to fetch. So for example, in here, how it would work is, let's say our limit is 2. So we're asking to fetch only 2 videos at a time, 2 posts. So it will return these 2 videos. And then the cursor, we would set as the second video, its ID. And then when we are doing a second batch of fetching, we will need to get the next 2 videos. We will no longer need to get the first 2 again, but we rather need to get the third and the fourth. So what the cursor will do is it will set the ID of cursor basically as 2. So now Supabase knows that it needs to return third and fourth instead of, well, again, first and second. So that's the main logic behind the cursor, and the limit is always saying like how many to return. So I can set the limit to 5 and it will return all of them right away. Okay, so now that we have this types written, and well, there's a small issue here because the limit should be a number and not actually a string, we can continue adjusting this fetch posts function. The first thing that I want to do and that we need to do is change a little bit this part. Because right now we're right away destructuring data from the Supabase. However, we will be building our query along the way with some if statements based on whether the cursor or limit was provided or not. So how can we do that? Is we can say let query equals Supabase. So now we will be able to adjust this query based basically, as I said, whether we have cursor and a limit. We can also remove the throw on error because we will do that a little bit later. And in here we can say if from the page params we have the limit, we can actually set this limit to our query. So how we would do that is we would say query equals query dot limit, and we will pass what is the actual limit. So in our case, it's page params dot limit. Then next, what we can do is say if page params dot cursor. We have it, then we will say query equals query, and it's a little bit different. We need to say that basically whether it's lower than, and now pass basically lower than ID. So we'll say ID, and then we will pass the page params dot cursor, which we are comparing. So basically we're saying fetch posts with smaller IDs. So now, because we are actually querying based on ID, but ordering a bit differently, this can mess up a little bit in certain situations, our ordering and fetching, paginating. So if we go to our database, we can see that our IDs are actually ordered in an ascending order. So basically you would always have +1, and that's actually a good way that we can order and get the latest. So instead of ordering on created at, we can say order based on the ID, and now we will no longer have these issues with the paginations anymore. So after having these if statements and changing this, we can actually start the query, making it to the database. So now it's going to be similar to what you've already seen. It's going to say data equals await, and now we will say what to do a query on. So instead of doing the Supabase, because we have the query built here, we will say query and then simply throw error if there's any here. If no, simply return the data. So now that we have this adjusted, it's not going to work right away because we need to implement these changes inside our index. We can right away see that it's complaining a little bit, and well, it makes sense. So now with this use query, we need to change it first of all from use query to use infinite query. So basically that's how we do the pagination. Now we can adjust this query function a little bit because now it's expecting to get page parameters. So what we can do here, we will pass page params, or how did we call it? Let's go here. Yeah, page params. So let's copy this. Let's go here. And then we open up the arrow function and calling fetch post. However, we of course need to pass there the page params from here. So now we need to pass initial page parameters. So when you call the query for the first time, what are the page parameters initially? So we will do initial page parameters and then we can set them. So let's say the limit is going to be 3. That makes sense because we will be calling one and then the one that we will show, then the second one, and then third one just to have the scrolling a little bit faster. Initially, the cursor is going to be undefined. So now we still see the error. So we need to add another property called get next page parameter. So what happens? How do we handle when the next page should be well handled? So this get next page params will return us last page, so we can see what is the last page that we actually queried, and also all pages, which we will not really need, but it does have it. So then here we can add the logic of what is happening. So for example, we can say if last page dot length is 0, so basically there's nothing, simply return undefined. However, if we do have something in the last page, we'll return a limit of 3. We will keep it 3 here, but you can adjust it if you want, the way you think it fits you better. But for us, 3 makes sense. And then you need to pass the cursor. So how do you get the ID of the last item? Well, for that, we will say last page, and of the last page, take the last position. So length -1, basically the length will return all of the items, but because we start from 0, we need to subtract by 1, and we will take the ID of that item. And this is going to be basically our cursor. So this is what's gonna keep happening when we will be calling get next page parameters. However, we also can take and will need to take a few more things. First things is we will need to call fetch next page. Basically tell our feed when to fetch the next page. We will also be checking whether we have the next page actually, or whether it's the end. And lastly, we will be taking is fetching next page, so that we could show maybe if you want some loading or block something. Well, it really depends on you. Yeah, so now we can also see a little bit of an issue here saying that page params does not exist on type, blah, 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 blah. So it's actually not page params, but page param. And also we need to pass the page param here. Now, after saving, it should be a little bit better. But now we need to handle all of the cases when to call the fetch next page and stuff like that. So let's scroll to our flat list, and let's start first of all with a logic of when to call this next page. So flat list provides us on end reach property that we can basically do something when the flat list reaches the end. So what we will do is, first of all, we will check whether we are already not fetching for the next page. Then we also need to make sure that we actually have the next page. And if all of these are true, then we will actually fetch the next page like this. Perfect. Now that we have this, we also need to tell our flat list what is the threshold of reaching the end, like how far from the end I should be in order to start calling this on end reach in items, basically. So because our item takes up the full space, I think we will have on end reach threshold something around 2, because if you are 2 spaces from the end, you can start calling the fetch next page. Okay, now that we have this, we can see that this complains a little bit for us, the data part. And it happens because of how useInfinite query returns the data to us. So what we can do, and actually to improve a little bit the performance as well, we will use the useMemo. In theory, what you could do is simply have here data.pages, because as I said, it returns you in pages, which is basically separate arrays. And you could simply call .flat. So basically flatten those all arrays in this big array into one big array. But yeah, if something reloads or you render your screen, you would always be calling and flattening this array, which can be a little bit heavy for performance if you don't need to actually do that, if there's no new data. So what we could do is we can call const. So we will say it will be called posts. We will be using useMemo from React. So Yeah, where is it? Import here, useMemo. So basically we will be memoizing our value after we flatten these arrays, and then we recall instead of like using this memoized value when we should recalculate, right? So we will say data dot pages dot flat, as we just talked. So basically we flatten all of the arrays. If there's nothing, we will simply return an empty array. We will pass some dependencies of when to recalculate this and when to flatten again. So in theory, we only need to do this whenever the data changes. So if you return more arrays or, well, less, then you would be recalculating them again. And then we will be adjusting here the posts to show correctly them. So now we can simply pass that posts here, and we don't have any issues. Everything here looks good. So if we save it now, after loading, we can see that we have everything here, and this is also loaded. And if we scroll, we can see that everything is loaded just like before. Nothing has changed. So now if you would like to test whether your pagination is actually working well correctly, we can set here limit to 1 here as well on next page param limit to 1. Then scroll here a little bit down and change the on-end reach threshold to 0. So basically you need to be on that page in order to fetch a new video. Let's save this, reload our application, and here you can see if I scroll, it will right away won't have any video underneath. However, it will appear and pop real quick because we will reach the threshold of 0. So if I scroll, it's black and then it becomes a video. And here as well, black and then becomes a video. Same here, black video, and the same. So that's the last video. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos in total. So that way we can know that it's working. The other way you could do it is actually making these videos height not take up the full space, and then test if it's actually working correctly. So now we can go back to our initial state where we had on end threshold of 2 and limit of 3. I do still want to add a few more optimization techniques to this flat list because, well, this is a videos list. So it's kind of hard on performance and we need to optimize it as much as possible. One way would be also to use a flash list. However, flat list here would work well if we just add a few more things to optimize it better. So the first thing that I want to show you is called get item layout. And with this get item layout, we can right away tell to flat list what are the dimensions of our items inside this list. So it will help to prevent flat lists from calculating your layout of every component automatically, and it will right away tell them, okay, this is the layout, so it saves a little bit on performance. So what do we need to pass is we need to pass the length, which is height minus 80, because if you go to the components, post list item, this is how big our component view is, height minus 80. So we will do this. It also asks for an offset. So actually you can go on here and check out what you need to pass. So for the offset, we will also say that it is height minus 80, but we will also multiply it by the index that we are currently on. So basically, what's the offset? And then lastly, we will be passing the index of this item. Now, this will improve our flat list performance a little bit better. And here you can actually see even the example. So the length is the item height, the offset is item height multiplied by index, and then you simply pass the index. The second optimization technique that I wanted to show you is initial number to render. Basically, we're saying how many items do we initially render. And because we're already fetching 3 items initially, we can actually set that to how many items we want to render. And basically it will render 1 item, one after this one, and then the third one just in case, to keep the responsiveness a bit better if the user tries to scroll a little bit faster. Then after this, what we can again add is a max render per batch. So once again, a very similar logic, because we're already limiting to 3 items per fetch request, we can actually add that we want to render 3 items per batch as maximum. Once again, having a very similar thought process of rendering 1 and then having 2 for responsiveness and fill rate. However, the last thing that we want to add is called window size. And Window size it works a little bit different. So how flat list works is it renders one item and then it renders a few items off screen. And for example, if we add here 5, right, as our window badge, it will show this video as the main video that's rendered currently, but it will also keep 2 more videos on the bottom and 2 more videos at the top at all times to have that responsiveness a little bit better. So if you go here, you can see that it basically determines the number of items rendered outside of the visible area, and the visible area is here, basically what we see currently. So again, it makes sense for us to have 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom at all times to have a little bit better responsiveness, but still good for, well, optimizing our flat list. Okay, now that we have this one ready, we can reload and see if everything is working. We have here some videos, we can scroll through them, we can go back, and they're all working perfectly. So if we scroll, that one is being stopped. Everything is working the way we want. So we can actually go to our guide and see if there's anything else left to do, because we've done pagination, we've seen some optimization techniques, and lastly, there's an optional comments part, which I was debating whether to show or not, but I think I will show how to implement the comments, but you can then work on likes yourself. So you will have a little bit of an example of where to start, and then you will implement everything yourself for the likes. So now what we can do, so we need to show a video comments after pressing on comment button, right? So the first thing that we will do is we need to create a detailed view, basically detailed screen of this certain video. So once we click on it, we need to make sure that we are showing comments only of this video. So how can we achieve that? For that, we can use inside this protected, we can create a new folder called post comments. So post comments. And now we need to somehow dynamically pass the ID of the video so that we could know what comments to fetch of what video. So the way it works with the expo router is we set it like this, expo id.tsx. So these braces means that this is going to be a dynamic parameter, similarly to how in web you pass also some URL parameters. So you'll later see how can we take this out and use it. For now, let's just simply build out the screen, and later on we will improve a little bit the UI. So let's say export function, export default function. Let's call it post comments, and then we will have it here. So here we can, first of all, add some boilerplate. So view from React Native, text also from React Native, and let's say comments. Let's pass in some styles. So it will be color, and the color will be white. Perfect. Let's save it. And now we need to, well, somehow, after clicking on this part, navigate it to our comments page. So in order to do that, what we need to do is go to our components, video items. So let's go components, post list item, well, video item, post list item. And here, instead of having this console log, we will adjust this a little bit the way you would do it with the expo router. So instead of wrapping it everything with touchable opacity, we will wrap it with link. We actually already done that inside our authentication screens, but it's going to be slightly different. So inside the link, what we need to do is we need to pass again the href. So first of all, we are opening these curly braces under the escape button, and here saying where to navigate. So we will be navigating to post comments right here, and then slash, and now we need to pass the ID of the comment. So we will open this again. We've seen this already. And here we're simply passing the post item dot ID. So now if we keep it like this, it's not going to work. And if we even click here, we're not navigating anywhere. We can actually remove this on press from here, and it's still not working. So in order to make it work, we need to pass here as child. So basically what we're saying is that we're navigating here, but let the navigation handle our basically child component. And in this case, the child component must have on-press event. They must be able to handle on-press events. So now if we have it like this and we try to navigate, we're actually navigated where we need to be. So that's very good. Why is this not saved? I'm not sure. But yeah, let's keep it saved. And then what we can do is actually continue working on this ID of our comments. The first thing that we will need to do is actually get the comment ID from the URL parameter. And how can we do it? It's quite simple. We say const. We're destructuring the ID and we're taking it from use local search params that Expo router gives us. And here we can also pass some types. So basically we will say that we're asking for ID of type string, and then we can have it like this. Perfect. We have this ID, and now based on this ID, we can actually query the post, that the comments of the post that we need. But if you remember, if we are doing some queries, that means we will need to use some service function. For that, we will create another file called comments.ts. And here we will handle everything related to comments, like basically service functions related to comments. And those might be, well, if you think about it, fetching the comments for a post. So basically fetching comments based on some ID, and also creating a new comment. So let's create these two functions right away. First of all, export const fetch comments by ID. It's going to be asynchronous. And in here, we will open our arrow function and start defining. Well, the first thing that you might think is that we need the post ID, which is correct. We need to get the post ID to know what to fetch. Then we will simply destructure the data. And now it's going to be very similar to what we already done. So we're destructuring data and we are making a call to Supabase that we need to import from again. And now it's not post anymore, but rather comments table. So now from the comments, we need to say that we need to return all of the columns that comments have. So basically simply having an asterisk here. Then after select, we need to say how to match it. So basically we will simply say return all the columns from the comments that equal the ID. So basically we need to say that equal post ID. And if we go to our Supabase comments, this is what we're comparing on, post ID. So we're saying if the post ID is equal to the post ID that we passed here, that means this is what we need to return. Of course, we will also order them based on, well, in this case, we can also do created add because they will be incremented correctly. Or I mean, based on ID, or created add in this case. Not sure what's better. Let's do it based on ID. Here, we should not make the same mistake. Ascending should be false. Well, it actually depends now because we want to have the latest on the bottom. So in that case, ascending should be true. Yeah, like Instagram does, they always keep the latest on the bottom. Well, it depends on your approach. So yeah, whatever fits you better. And then again, lastly, we will throw on error. Perfect. Let's clean it up a little bit to make it look nicer and easier to read. So now if we have this, everything is good. We will simply return the data from here. Perfect. Now we have an ability to fetch all of the comments by ID. However, we also need a way to add new comments. So for that, we will create a new function called create comment. It's going to be asynchronous, and we will also need to get some parameters. So for now, let's call this simply new comment. And now we need to create a type for this comment. So if you go to the types, we already have it here created, which basically means we need a post ID of the post that we are leaving a comment on. We need a user ID to know which user is leaving this comment, and actually a string comment, basically a text that you want to comment. So you can simply do this new comment input and it will import from types. And I think I'm going to leave it like this because that's how I provided for you in the guide already, this type in here. However, if I would do this in my own project, probably I would create this type here, just like we did for the posts up top here with the storage input and pagination input. So the same goes for the post input here as well. And now that we're here, I'm actually seeing a little bit of duplication because we have here this throw on error. We actually don't really need this if error throw error because we will throw it anyway. So we can remove it and save it here. Now let's go back to the comments and start building our function. So the first thing that we will do is, once again, we will say const data equals await Supabase. Now we will say which table, so it's comments. And then we need to say what are we inserting. So we'll say insert new comment, and then if there's any errors, just throw this error. Perfect. So now that we have this, we can maybe make the order similar. And then if everything is correct, we will just return the data. Perfect. So now that we have this, we can actually go and start using these functions in our ID here, in our comments for the post. So, okay, let's remove this part and let's return something else. So for example, we will return view and we will return a flat list. However, currently we don't have anything as the data of the flat list. So for now, let's leave it an empty array. And for render item, we will also for now not have anything, simply maybe some text. Let's say it's gonna be good text. Okay, so text from React Native, and we will say hello. So now, because there's nothing, we need to actually get the comment data for this post. So to do that, we can start building our query just like we did before. We'll say const, and here we will destructure data, but we will rename it to comments so to easier understand. And then we need is loading to know whether we're still fetching. We'll say use query from TanStack Query, and inside here, let's build our query. So the first thing that we will provide is the query key. And in this case, we will do it a little bit different. We will say comments, but also pass the ID of the comment so that we know that this query key is exactly for this post. Okay, and now we can start creating the query function. It's not gonna be anything crazy. We will have it call fetch comments by ID from the services that we just created, and then simply pass the ID of the post that we want to fetch comments from. One thing that we will include here is also one flag called enable, and we will prevent this query from being fired if the ID does not exist. So basically, if ID is empty, we will not call this query, and yeah, that way adding a little bit extra protection. So now if everything is correct, we should have here comments, or we can say empty. But even though if we save, the comments will still be empty because we don't have any comments yet. And to handle that, what we will do is we will add a new mutation. So we will also take mutate, but we will rename here to add comment. And then we will say is pending, which is similar to is loading, but for use mutation. Perfect. So here again, we will follow what we already seen, mutation function. And for this function, we will call a create comment that we created here, create comment. So let's do that, create comment. We don't see it here, so maybe we can simply import. Did I export it here? Oh no, I did not export. So that's also very important to add export const. Otherwise, as you've seen, we will not be able to use it. So here, create comment now appears and we can import it from services. Okay, we have create comment function. Now we need to also handle on success and on error. So on success, we will later on add a little bit more logic here, but for now, let's leave it empty. For the on error, we can already add all of the logic that we want because we will simply showcase an alert. So we'll say alert.alert error, and maybe unexpected error occurred, something like that. Perfect. So now that we have this mutation, we can actually start working on implementing and adding this logic here of adding new comments. So what we will need is an input box and a button to actually post it. So let's wrap them both inside of view. And then let's start adding text input from React Native. Perfect. This text input will have a placeholder. In the placeholder, we will simply say add a comment and 3 dots. Now, if you remember, for text input, we do need to have some sort of state. We need to set that comment and keep it in a state. So at the top here, let's create a state for the comment. So comment, or maybe comment text, set comment, and then we will say use state. The type of it is going to be string, and initially it's going to be, I made a mistake. Initially it's going to be empty string. So now we can pass as a text input value the state that we just created, which is comment text. On change text, we will pass the set comment text function as we've seen before. So now that we have these, we can change a little bit the placeholder text color. I'm not gonna spend too much time like making it nice, but here it's gray. That's gonna be good. And let's pass some more styles to this input. I will pass them in line here. So the first thing, let's add some border width 1. Then, of course, we need, in that case, border color, and I don't want to keep it gray. So let's add something like this. Now, of course, I right away want to add some border radius, but not too much. Yeah, maybe 5. Yeah, let's do it like this. Then I will add some padding because everything is too close. Okay, now it's shaping up. And the last thing that we need to add is the color. So the color of the input should be white. Okay, perfect. We have this. Let's clean it up, structure a little bit better, and save it. So now we have this text input, and I believe it's going to be good for us. However, there is one thing that I want to add and show it to you. There is a property called editable. So if we pass here true, it will stay like, basically it will mean that we can add text to the text input. However, if we pass false here, that means that we should not allow adding any more text. So a good way of handling this would be like is pending. Basically, if we are currently loading, do not allow users to add new text. So now if we have here, we can type in, however, it's not even clickable otherwise. Okay, so now we can continue and start working on the button. So let's add touchable opacity here, and we need to wrap it. So this touchable opacity, perfect. And inside here, we will simply have a text, and here we will say based on whether we're pending or not. So is pending. If it's pending, we will say posting. Otherwise, we will say post. Perfect. So now you, of course, don't see it, but we will keep adding some more styles. So for this one, let's also add it in line. Let's set the background color of all the other buttons that I have set here, 0050 in my notes. Yes. Right away, I see that I want to add some padding for the button. So let's add padding 15. Maybe it's a bit too big. I think what I'm gonna do is horizontally, I'm gonna keep it 15, but vertically, I'm gonna have it a little bit less, something like 10. Yeah, something like that. So now I will also add border radius to have it look more like a button. And I need to add some margin on the bottom and margin on the top. Later on, we will also move this in a different positions, but margin on the top, I think I'm gonna have it somewhere around 10. Yeah, something like that. And maybe later margin bottom, we'll see if we actually need it. So now that we have this, also to this touchable opacity, we need to pass on press. So what needs to happen when press on this? And what needs to happen is we need to call a function, because I think we want also a little bit of validation and maybe even trim. So what we will do is we will say add new comment here, and we will create a new function. We will not call this right away, and I will show you in a second why. So const add new comment. And in here, we will slightly validate before calling this. So what we want to make sure is that we do have the ID, the user, and the text. So basically what we'll say is we try to fail as soon as possible. So if ID is missing or user is missing, and we did not import yet the user because, well, later we will need also the user. So we can add it later. But if the ID is missing or the text, comment text, is also missing, and I think we want to trim it, so basically remove any spaces at the beginning and at the end that are not necessary, so we can simply call trim. That's a very handy function. Then we will return and not allow for users to post this comment. However, if everything is good, we will call add comment, which is here, and here we will need to pass a little bit of data. So the first thing that we need to pass, as we see, even here it's suggesting us, it was post ID. So the post ID is simply the ID. The second thing that we need to pass is, so we can actually check what is required from us by going here and checking new comment input. So it's actually user ID, but we do not have that. However, we know how to import it. So we will do const user equals use auth store. Here we say state, and here we take state dot user. Perfect. So now we have the user as well. So what we can do is say user ID is going to be user dot ID. And lastly, what we need to pass is the actual comment. So the comment will be comment text, and we will also trim it. So user ID is now complaining because we are not checking for if it actually exists or not. So let's add it here as well. If the user does not exist, do not allow to go further. And now this is basically going to be our function. If all of these validations they pass, then we will add this comment, and and we'll have it there. But we still need to finish the styling and the logic for this button. So one more thing that I want to do is I want to disable this button so it would not be clickable whenever we are either loading, so whenever we just called mutation and it's still pending, or whenever there's no text. So I don't want to allow users to pass a comment with no text. So I will say comment text dot trim also. So if there's no text with like only spaces will not work because we're trimming it. So if there's no text, we're not allowing users to press this button. Perfect. So now let's add a little bit of a few more styles to this text component. So let's say style. We will also do it in line because there's not much. I want to increase a little bit the size. Okay, that's more or less going to be enough. I will make it bold. I will also change the color to white. And I think the only thing that's left is to align it in the center. So text align center. So you already actually learned how to extract these styles into style sheets. So that's also a very good homework for you right now to pause and actually extract them all in a style sheet. But yeah, for us, we will keep it like this. So, okay, now we have the button and the input box done. Let's add some styles to the whole container. So one thing that we need to do is add flex 1 as soon as possible to move this button to the bottom. Otherwise, it's gonna stay here and well, we will have it with a flat list. Another thing that I want to do is I don't want to show this flat list if we still don't have the comments. I want to show some sort of a loading indicator here at the top if we are still waiting for the comments to be loaded. So what we will do is we will say here, if it's loading, so here from the query, if we're still waiting for the comments to be fetched, we will display an activity indicator. We already use this activity indicator from React Native. Well, the size can be large, and we can also style it more if you want, but for us it's gonna be, I think, pretty good here. Else, if we actually no longer loading, we will show the flat list here. However, there's no yet comments that we have. Okay, so now that we have this, we can actually start working on the mutation, like finalizing it. Basically, the only things that we need to do here is to finalize the on success. So if you remember, we need to create a query client to invalidate the queries, the comment queries, in order to right away add new comments here, because now we can actually test it. Let's say hello. If we post it, it did not appear here. However, if we go here in the comments, we do see this new comment here. That means it's working, but it's not appearing because we're not invalidating the caches. So to do that, what we will do is create a new query client instance. So query client equals use query client from TanStack Query. And here simply say query client dot invalidate queries. And here we will invalidate based on the query keys. So the first query key is going to be this one. So we will say we need to invalidate comments, and actually this particular comment with this ID, we need to, well, keep it invalidated. The next thing that we need to do is also invalidate the posts query, and I'll show you in a second why we need to do that, but let's write it, posts. So why are we invalidating posts? Well, if you go back here, you can see that we are showing the number of comments that are currently posted. And even though this video currently has one comment, we are not showing it here because we did not invalidate it, and we would need to reload our application to see it. But we can do this by invalidating the queries. And the last thing that we will do is we will set the comment text to empty array because we need to reset it once the comment is posted. So now after this, let's say hello second time. Let's post it. And oh yeah, so now they do not appear because we do not see them actually. Here it simply renders the hello text, and it's also black. So what we can do is we'll not waste too much time here adding the styles, but we can say that we need to render item and comment of the item. So The only style that I will pass, I think, is going to be the color. So let's do it like this. Let's save it. And here we see both of these comments. So now we can give a little bit of more styles to this, to these comments by, let's say, providing here content container style. So we will style our content container by adding a little bit more gap, something like that between the items. You can have maybe even 10, I don't know, it depends. Okay, so now if I remove this flex here, we can see that our comments are basically glued to the input box. So let's add a few more styles. The first one, I want to add some padding around the whole box here so that nothing is touching the corners. So let's say padding 15, yeah, it's gonna work. And then I want to add some gap between items, maybe even 20 actually, so that they're not touching each other here, they're not glued. And of course, we need to add the flex one back in order to push this down. So of course, we need to add some more padding here, right? Because now it's like our buttons are touching the end and it's not very correct way of doing it. So what we could do is say style equal, add margin bottom around 10, maybe 20. Yeah, that might work. So now I believe this should be completely done. Let me try to add a new comment saying like third comment, exclamation mark. And yeah, it appears right away here. If we go back, we see these comments 3 here. So actually, I've just noticed one little issue is that here at the top, we are saying some random header title and going back to tabs. So I really want to change that. And to change that, we need to go to the layout of our, let's close this one and this one, protected layout. So here we will add once again, one more screen, stack.screen. We will give the name and the name will be the post comments / ID. So we can say post comments / and the ID is still in parentheses. So we will say like this, ID. Let's add a self-closing tag. So now if we save, nothing will change because we need to pass some options. The first option that we will pass is the title. So title, I think I'm gonna just leave comments. And now here it changed to comments. And for the back button, I don't want to show any text here because, well, usually that's how you would do. I really like always to use header back button display mode, and I use minimal so that it only shows the arrow. And now it's actually what we want. So if we would go to another comment, we will add here new comment. If we go back, we will see that we have here one more comment. And then let's try to create like logout and create a new account to see if we actually see everything. So Lucas, oh, we are signing up. We need to log in, create a new account. So Lucas1, we can say here, Lucas1@mail.com, and let's use this as a password as well. So after creating an account, we see that here are the comments here as well. So we can go here and add once again a new comment, new account comment. Here it appears. But one more thing that I've noticed is that currently we do not display which user basically posted this comment. And even though I did not plan to really show this and we do not have this in the guide as a plan, I think I'm going to quickly show you and that you can do the styling on your own then. So if we go to the comments, just like we had for the posts here, asking for users and profiles, we can do the same for the comments because they are like the user ID has a foreign key on the profiles table. So after this select, what we can do is simply do user profiles and get me all the columns. So if I save now and go back to the post comments, in here we can very easily when rendering adjust it. So for example, showing 2 texts. So let's wrap it in that case in a view. Yes, like this, a view. Let's close that view. Maybe to make it a little bit cleaner, we can do it this way and then this, like this. And inside this view, we will add this text that we had before, but we will also add a text of item user dot username, something like this. So if I save it here, we can see the username of the user that posted. So for example, here I can maybe make it font weight bold and then font size let's make it a little bit bigger, around 16. So now you can have multiple people commenting, and we will see whoever commented as well. You can improve the styling here a little bit more. That would definitely make sense. But for now, that seems to be everything that I wanted to show to you guys today. But before we go, let me try to recap everything that we've done. So we worked on a TikTok clone. In here, we have a list of videos that user uploads. We have our own backend. We store those videos, all of the information. We worked on an ability to upload your own videos, basically by recording with your phone or by adding it from the simulator or your device. You're able to add some description here and post these posts, basically. Then you are able to also leave some comments, so saying something like nice video. If we post it, we see that we've commented. Then we worked on the whole user authentication and how to handle it, how to store it with our backend, how to create new accounts. So here you can also see a little bit more on that. We worked on login, register screen, all the logic, and much more. So we've actually covered quite a bit of information in this tutorial. I think it's gonna turn out quite long, but hopefully it's gonna be worth for you guys and you won't feel like you wasted your time. So without further ado, I would like to thank you for watching the whole video, if you stayed through it. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments below. We'll try to answer whenever we can. Please subscribe or like the video. I'm not pushing you towards it, but we always really appreciate that. And we, in general, appreciate the community that we have with you guys. So I hope, like, once again, you enjoyed it, and we'll meet very soon again. Bye, guys.